Brought my vest.
I didn't.
You didn't bring anything?
No. Great, thank you. Again, today is Tuesday, July 5th. It's the Board of County Commissioners work session. We are continuing our meeting from our executive session, which we had from 10:30 till now. It is 11 o'clock, and we have a discussion of the board regarding housing. We'd like to put some things together for our joint meeting with the city, which is on July the 19th. And I know, Kelly, you had asked for this, some kind of discussion in response to the letter the county received from city council. So I have John Peacock here with information. So Kelly, if you want to kick off maybe some of your questions you have or issues you think we should bring to the attention of the city in response to their letter, and then maybe even outside of that to enhance the conversation.
Sure, thank you. I'm sorry I'm not there. Elementary camp was canceled because they've had too many COVID cases, which is really a bummer to have gotten this far through all of this and to still be dealing with shutdowns. So I'm at home for a little while, and then I'm coming in when my husband gets back shortly for the rest of the meeting in the afternoon. So pardon my absence. I would have liked to have been there in person to see you all. Yeah, thank you for carving out this time, board, to revisit this. I think what I would like to, my hopes for what we would achieve would be to agree to have a conversation with the city of Aspen in our joint meeting about housing. And I think that can take a couple, that effort can take whatever shape we hope it to. But I think that there's been some things missing from the broader conversation that having this time shared with the city would allow us to bring to light and to, I think, more fully present and discuss with them. And that really involves, I think, the things that we've talked about and achieved in our last two retreats that we, had earlier this year in January and then again in April to revisit and discuss these topics, which from that, started the conversation that the city's letter addressed about having a specific revenue source for housing. Like, both the city and, I'm sorry, is someone trying to say something?
No, you're
Okay.
good.
I think that we owe it to kind of summarize that conversation in a more public forum because, as you know, members of the public were not there. We hardly had any press coverage of that. And I think that, for me, this housing is the most pressing community issue right now. And I think we should let everyone know what we are discussing. And that involves, the reasons why this board has chosen not to pursue a revenue source this year, as well as the efforts that we do have underway to tackle the housing question and detailing what those conversations have been and how we think we're going to pay for it. So that's sort of the broad overview of what I would like us to plan for in a joint conversation with the city. And I'd be interested in what the rest of the board's level of support is for that, as well as anything I haven't addressed that you have concerns about.
Okay. Does the board have any thoughts to add to that? Or
I'd like to have John give a summary of what is underway so that we know what's going to come up at the meeting ahead of time.
Sure. Do you want me to do
Yeah,
that now?
please.
Okay.
No.
Well, and so the board and the public knows, we roughly have revenues of just over $1 million roughly that we budgeted. It's gone higher with housing impact fees. And in addition to that, we use general fund funding that will range between $400,000 and $800,000 in addition to that to support APSHA. And so those are our main revenue sources right now. We don't have a dedicated revenue source outside of our housing impact fee for housing, like a RET or sales tax or property tax. And so we've been working within those budgets to address housing. Now, the county does have some other assets that the board approves staff looking at for affordable housing, and specifically that's property. We own property between the airport and the general fund along Highway 82, really from our public works facility down to the Sardi house on that east, I guess that'd be the east side of Highway 82. And we are in the process of doing a master planning exercise. The board authorized looking at those parcels for the purposes of public facilities, including public works, potentially other public facilities, as well as housing in that master plan exercise to see what could be accommodated on the property, and to look at what partnerships might look like to develop that property out. We do think fairly conservatively, and in visiting with our community development department, that we could probably fit 100+ units. There'd take some amendments to the Western Maroon Creek plan to accommodate that, but there are opportunities there. Farther down valley, as the board is aware, in 2018, I believe, the board had authorized the purchase of Phillips Trailer Park and the associated properties there. That was purchased for $6.5 million. And we are in the process now of finalizing our selection for design and engineering firms to basically accomplish the both the layout for development of plus or minus 70 units. We still need to kind of see how the land lays out and how we meet the board's goals, but the board basically gave authorization for us to plan for a total of about 70 units, plus or minus a few, I think, depending on how it lays out, which is roughly about 24 units in addition to what's there right now. So we have our planning firm and design firm that will be coming on board to go take a deeper dive and develop budget estimates out of that. That would likely be paid for through a combination of grants, some longer term financing for the infrastructure, and then through fees charged to residents. And so that process will probably take a few more years. In addition, the county does buy down units from time to time, and those units are split between accommodating county employees that have housing units and putting them into the broader community pool with APSHA to lease out. And so we've had a couple of those come to the board this year. That's really as opportunities arise. We're looking at one right now that we're looking to get under contract. And then finally, for our own employees, we do have a deed restricted program where we will go in on the purchase of a unit with an employee. Up Valley, it's up to $400,000 or 40% of the property, whichever is less. Down below Basalt, basically, it's up to $300,000 or 40%, whichever is less. We have basically a agreed upon price to buy out those units, and so sometimes we are purchasing those units and reselling them in order to continue funding the deed restricted program. Sometimes we are holding on to those units if they're in a particularly attractive location or able to meet immediate employment needs, and we're making those calls on a case-by-case basis. And then, of course, for our own employees, we also have a down payment assistance program. So that's a little bit of a rundown. Really, for the community, though, our main funding sources are housing impact fees, as well as general fund transfers. We pay for 100% of our APSHA partnership through the general fund.
Could you just tell us a bit more about the down payment program?
The down payment program is up to $50,000. It takes a second position to the primary mortgage and is basically a loan that allows employees to get into a down payment position where they can avoid the payment insurance and those sorts of things. PMI, forget payment mortgage insurance or something like that. I can't remember what it's an acronym for now.
Steve?
I think also we should remind them of the tree farm property with the Forest Service in Elgin that we're talking with partnering with Eagle County potentially on that.
So we actually have two partnerships right now, potentially with the Forest Service. So one is the tree farm property that we're looking at with Eagle County. That would likely be an acquisition, a lot of which would probably be for recreational purposes, but also to meet housing. Eagle County did a public outreach program in 2020, I believe it was, that defined some potential uses, and that would be a partnership with Eagle County, Basalt, and Pickens County. In addition, we are a partner with other entities, including the City of Aspen, Aspen Valley Hospital, Colorado Mountain College, us, probably somebody else, to look at the potential of development of the Forest Service property on the S-curves. Eagle County right now the tree farm property would most likely be through an acquisition. It's looking like the 8th Street would more likely come through the Forest Service lease program, but right now we are a partner in assessing the feasibility of what could be done there.
And one other thing about the snow dump down by the animal shelter, I think that's sort of the prime place where you're talking about 100 units, which I don't think the snow dump would be compatible with with 100 apartments there.
It's actually
they're hauling snow from Aspen out there. And if they could find a location, I thought the Aspen Meadows property where they used to have a racetrack and a ball field and all sorts of stuff there in the old
Aspen
days.
Meadows?
Yeah.
Really?
But it's, apparently it's some kind of open space or something, I don't know, but the city should keep their snow in Aspen, I think, somewhere, and not haul it all down there, and maybe we could get by with relocating a smaller snow dump for county roads and county neighborhoods, separate from the city snow dump.
Yeah, and the land that we're talking about actually is not necessarily reliant on that snow dump, although that is a large, that would be a large, flat, developable area, adjacent to the animal shelter there. But we're actually looking more at the existing public works site and then north towards the Sardi house, and that
So it'd be sort of behind the animal shelter towards the river?
No,
what?
that, I think that's east. I always get confused on the
It'd be
directions in our
the other
valley,
side
but-
of the snow dumps. You'd have to drive by the snow dump to access the place you're thinking about putting housing.
Correct. And
Yeah, the
it
river is
is
east.
currently, actually, we acquired that with FAA funds. It is, so it's in airport ownership, so we'd have to go through some process there as far as either leasing it or acquiring it for that purpose.
Or just putting a-
providing a benefit back.
Back to the airport.
For housing for airport employees.
Yeah.
And the other thing is access. We'd have another signal on Highway 82.
All of those will be issues that we'll explore through the master plan process.
And I think that the city also needs to maybe have an understanding of when we purchase a buy down and for whatever reason why we resell it, where those funds go when we resell it. So we can explain from what I heard on the city council meeting exactly when we buy say for example, a 3-bedroom unit and then realize that we would be better off with 2 or 1-bedroom units. So we sell it and take the money and look for other those kind of opportunities and options. So it's not just a matter of we just disregard those buy down units and how we better utilize.
They roll right back into a program.
Yeah.
For housing. Now, there is an issue, that I would anticipate for this board is one of scale, right? What we're talking about right now are annual contributions in the millions of dollars in terms of single digits, right? And,
What do you mean in terms of single digits?
like between $2 and $3 million a year is
Oh,
really what
oh.
we're
And
we're
the city's real estate transfer tax estimate is about 38 million for 2021
That's correct.
in revenue.
And so, there is a, real difference in the capabilities of what we're able to contribute under our current revenue structure to addressing the housing issue and the programs that are being supported. And that doesn't include, the city also has a sales tax for housing and childcare on top of that. And so I think part of the tension, that's being felt is that inequity in our ability to, contribute. And that's part of I think the ask on the city's part is, do you equalize that out by the county asking for a tax or another revenue source at some level? So that, I would anticipate that, because there is a big difference in scale, tenfold, really, in what the city is producing and contributing and what we are.
So the
But of
question,
course, the demand comes from Aspen.
the question is, we have a lot of money, and you should too.
Yeah, but I mean, we wouldn't have a housing problem if it weren't for Aspen. Pitkin County wouldn't have a housing problem if it weren't for Aspen. So Aspen drives this demand for housing, and so it's not crazy that Aspen should be paying more for it.
Kelly has her hand up, and so I believe, yeah, Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not really gonna respond to that. I mean, you guys know I do think we need to do more, and I'd like us to do more. And I'm operating under the understanding that this board has committed to furthering the conversation to do more. And we're operating under the same timeline that the city wishes that we would, or that I wish we would. But I do think we should also, as part of this conversation, summarize what our conversations have been, again, which the public, couldn't attend and couldn't watch and all that at our retreats, related to what we want to know and what decisions we need to make to take that next step. I think would be an important part of this conversation. So, I'm of the assumption that we're saying, yes, we do want more revenue on housing. It may not reach the city's level. We don't have a RET. We can't have a RET. But yes, we agree on this point that we want more housing, and our board needs to answer these 5 questions so that we can understand better what our scale is and which revenue source we would pursue to reach that scale. And I do think we've had some of those conversations, but I also think like laying out what the questions are that we are wrestling with between now and next year would be a helpful conversation to have with the city.
And, in reading the city's strategic housing plan, one of their priorities is the neutral development, and I think the county opportunities to pursue that. We have been with buy downs. We've been looking at opportunities with lodges that could be converted. We're always out there looking for opportunities, and I think we need to. That's a strong point because it's one of the first options listed with the city's strategic plan is the neutral development. I think that they need to know that we support that and that we're looking at every opportunity we can to do that. With our housing impact fee, what's so ironic is we don't really want a lot of new big development, and that's the only way we get the housing impact fee. So, we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot at the same time. We don't want development, but we want housing impact fees. So we're kind of caught in that. So I think it would be nice for the city's meeting, following what Kelly said, to have maybe a list of opportunities for funding that we might be thinking about pursuing in the near future.
Yeah, and it brings you to the last kind of point as far as where some of our participation is, of course, is we've been very involved in facilitating the regional discussion around the
Right.
nonprofit and the housing coalition. Ashley, welcome. Sorry I didn't see you up on the screen earlier. And Kara have been very involved in that, and really that is an effort to try and position us regionally to take advantage of the state funding that will be coming down. I think one of the main strategies is exactly what you're talking about is those buy downs or development neutral options.
Kelly, your hand's still up. I see it.
It's up again.
Yeah, no, I put it up again. Also, I think maybe, we do have an hour for this conversation. Maybe we'll revisit the questions that I've raised but didn't delineate to see if we are in agreement as to what this conversation looks like moving forward for our board. But I don't want us to discount the work we've done on homelessness solutions either, because this is a unique space where we play, which is directly related to the housing conversation. And I think what the county's, role is looking at the entire spectrum of housing, not simply workforce or affordable community housing. So that's something I'd like to have described.
Yeah, that's a really important part, and I'd been thinking about that too, Kelly, because I don't really know what the city does as far as homeless housing, so that would be something else we should add to this list. And when I'm looking at the joint meeting discussion as far as housing, I'm looking at funding, I'm looking at location, what type of housing, how we're pursuing it now, and who we're pursuing it with and or for. So those are questions that I think would be important to bring up at the housing discussion. And then we need to also, the efforts of what we've been doing and the regional housing issue, which I think is a really big key thing. Because one of the other things I heard in watching part of the city council was they were talking about consent items, and they were talking about units they were looking at buying. So the broader discussion evolved out of that meeting, and the thing is where the county has been looking at purchasing units that are, Mid-Valley or further, and that kind of came with a big question mark. And for me, we maybe need to explain why, and the opportunities for people who want to stay living down Valley but can't even find a place to live down there anymore. So, we've had to broaden our horizons, literally, as to where we're looking at housing opportunities to keep people at least within a parameter of the Roaring Fork watershed and a limited, parameter on the I-70 corridor. But, we have people who want to live there, who would rather not commute from Grand Junction or further. And it provides a different type of and level of housing opportunities. So I think that's important. So Kelly, what other questions, and then Francie, because Kelly is looking for answers, but let me let Francie, she wants to jump in here.
I mentioned at another meeting that I have spoken with Dan Blankenship about working with RAFTA, because they're working on getting housing also, and I said we'll be sure to talk to the county, because that would be a potential partner that I think is a fairly realistic possibility. And they're looking for partners as well, so I'd like to see us pursue that kind of partner.
I'm gonna look at Ashley on that one, or maybe Kara. Are they part of, and being involved in the regional effort? Is RAFTA one of the players?
RAFTA is not a player in what you're referencing, Patty, the Greater Roaring Fork Valley Housing Coalition, the new nonprofit. It's Governments plus CMC, but RAFTA is a partner in the Forest Service parcel that John mentioned earlier. So we are in a room with them discussing creative housing solutions, I'll call it.
The Forest Service property, the S curves, or the one at the tree farm, or maybe both?
S curves.
Yeah, S curves. Okay, thank you, Ashley. Greg?
Thanks for bringing that up, Francie. I know RAFTA would be able to actually offer free bus service this year, and more and better service. People rode the bus over the holiday realized how crowded it was. I heard it was just mobbed. But they don't have enough drivers, and they can't get drivers until they find housing for them. So I would really like us to bring RAFTA in as much as we can and partner with them, because it affects our transportation network dramatically. They could improve our bus system and offer free service, which means more ridership on the bus, which is essential if we can solve the driver problem.
Yeah, we just don't need more ridership right now.
Yeah. No
I mean,
people ride
are
it.
you worried talking about COVID, or what's your
No,
your
it's a
context?
bus.
You
Buses
can't
are-
even get on the bus.
Well, that's
It's
because
so
we don't have
packed.
enough.
Yeah.
We don't
That's
have
what
the
I'm
buses
saying.
because we don't have the drivers, because they don't have the
I
housing.
get that, but right now, we don't need more ridership.
So I think what we want is to have RAFTA as an essential partner there. That's an essential part of our system.
So Kelly, before we switch over to the broader discussion the board will hopefully be having sooner than later, since we're talking the joint meeting with the city, I'm thinking housing will take up the whole time, but is there any other pressing issue anybody feels, so that when I reach out to the mayor, I can, Kelly and then Steve.
Yeah, I do think we should just give the whole time to this. And I would say that I think it would be very helpful if our staffs worked together to present the data of the housing need, or the story of the housing need, because some of it I think is told through data, and some of it I think is told through our own qualitative experiences. And that to me would create a platform of shared understanding to start the conversation, the policy conversation on. So I would request that's how we frame, and start that joint meeting with the city on this topic.
Okay, so that could be a joint effort by city staff and county staff to put that together. John, does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to, check on timing,
Okay.
whether it's in
Okay,
August
so
or-
Steve, go
So
ahead.
for efforts that we could take to work on getting income, one would be the RET, which we can explain to the city that we're still pursuing that. We were pursuing it when Rachel was in the seat. It's been going on a long time. The other is the lodging tax, which that would be a good funding source to actually have a lodging tax, which would impact Aspen and Snowmass Village more than it wouldn't impact us hardly at all, because we don't have the lodges in the county. But then the money from the lodging tax now, because of new state legislation, can be used for things like providing workforce housing for the people in the lodging and daycare industry and that sort of thing. It doesn't have to be used for promoting, Chamber of Commerce kind of promotional things anymore.
Well, not yet, there's a percentage, I think, that you can use, but.
So I think we should ask the city,
Yeah.
do they have the desire to look at that seriously as a way to raise more money from a different source for.
Well, then I think that's a question for them, but then they're gonna say, well, we're gonna be raising more money, what are you gonna be doing? And then it's gonna be more money into a pot that's already got significant amounts of dollars in it.
Regarding STRs, I'm wondering how much STR can contribute to housing in that regard? Is there an SDR tax that we could designate to housing for
Kelly might
city
know.
and or county?
Kelly, do you know about that?
So that would be lodging
So part
tax.
of
I think, I guess I would just offer that when we discuss this, because we haven't had the chance to analyze what the pros and cons are of a variety of tax approaches, right? So I would be just, I guess I would just maybe say if staff has time to help prepare this, that it would be helpful to say, okay, if we went after a property tax, what are the implications of that? Because, our property tax also goes towards the city. So are they getting a third bucket of funding? We can't limit it to just unincorporated county. Like just sort of identifying, I think, some of the analytical things that we will need to wrestle with over the next year, as we've committed to doing, about what we will be trying to figure out with any tax approach. So that we can start to see, okay, well, is sales tax better? Who does that implicate? Is property tax better? Who does that implicate? Is lodging tax better? Who does that implicate when we discuss this with them?
So John, does that make sense to you? Okay, I'm watching John going, oh my God, how am I gonna put all this
It's
together?
bigger. Let me help complicate it more.
Okay.
And I'm happy to be helpful and
Can you end the meeting?
workshop this offline
So
as the
Greg's
board
Greg's
feels
gonna-
comfortable with me doing.
Yeah, Greg's gonna further complicate that, are you?
I appreciate the assumption Kelly's making that we're all gung ho to look for more funding sources, and I guess I'm partially on board there. My biggest hesitations have been, it sounds like there's an awful lot of money out there already. The city has such incredible tax revenue for their housing fund, and we actually are doing pretty well ourselves. The hardest part for me is to go to the public and say we want to raise a lot more money from you all, but we're really not sure what we're going to do with it yet, and that's what I heard when the issues first came up, and I still don't like that, and I have a problem with it. So I would like to go into this conversation with a step back, and maybe this is where the staffs can help and people can help prep me and everyone else on, let's go back and look at the ultimate goal. Are we trying to grow the community larger? Are we trying to solve a workforce housing problem? How have we done it? How have we done so far in the last 40 years? And what needs to change in order to make it work going forward? Because I think there's an awful lot of dissatisfaction in the community within APSHA and in the free market housing and the rest of the community that things aren't really going particularly well, and they may not be going as intended. So I have trust issues when the city wants us to go and raise a lot of money, but without a specific place to spend it. And I want to get through those, And the questions are, who are we building it for? Where will it go? What are the plans as the city and county have for growth of the community? What's the optimum size of our community in general? What other options are there to building a lot more housing and to see who we're serving? What if the community chooses not to grow the footprint larger? How do we deal with that? Is the city prepared to condemn property within the city limits? There's vacant land that could produce a lot of housing if they had decided they wanted to go that way. Other questions like, what would steady state look like? I'd like to bring up steady state. I think our community is big enough now, although we have real problems and we need to solve some real housing issues. What does it mean if we just allow things to keep growing on the free market side? Do we need to start contemplating we're talking about growth of the community. I'm so glad the community advisory board is coming in, but I have a lot of questions like that. And I realize a lot of it comes down to not really knowing or trusting exactly what the city is going to do with all the money that they have and the money they're asking us to raise. Other questions more specifically are, is APSHA the mechanism for doing this going forward, or is it time for another entity that focuses specifically on workforce, seasonal, rental housing separate from APSHA? What are we doing to create, I already asked that about creating partnership or housing in town. I also like to explore establishing partnerships with businesses and nonprofits who need the housing specifically, so they have skin in the game and they're participating with us to a greater extent. I know we're talking about that, perhaps with deed restrictions and buyout agreements, the way we have, like we do with our employees. And then also, I guess back to my trust issues, I want to see an agreement with the city that they'll work with us when we have a master plan or for working on things where they could bring in locations and extent, like Lumberyard. I felt like Lumberyard really did get stuffed down a lot of people's throats, and a lot of people in the community aren't really happy with it. My biggest fear is that we empower that to happen again and more often elsewhere, and so I'm nervous about that. So then finally, you know, I guess I talk a lot about not sure if the snowplow driver lives in Silt or not, but we do have essential workers we should be really focusing on housing. And I'm not sure they're the ones being housed all the time. So I go back to, you know, the big questions. Who are we going to house and where are we going to house them? And then who is this benefiting? I think it's really easy to become the growth engine for the community. In fact, sometimes I think our affordable housing program might be the growth engine for the community, even along with what we're seeing with all the monster home development. And I know we've missed a lot of great opportunities, and I hope we can figure them out. But I think this is much more complicated than just raising a lot of money. And so I'll go forward with this. In the spirit of cooperation and understanding we have a problem, but I have huge reservations. I really do.
So I've got Kelly, and then Steve, and then Francie.
Yeah, Greg, I just want to thank you. If that's a list that you're working from, I think it would be helpful to share that.
I'll make it more formal.
Okay, because I do think you very clearly articulated the reasons that you raised in January when we brought up pursuing a tax this year. And, you know, which to me was the reason our board didn't reach consensus on going after it. And I think that in the conversation with the city, it would be helpful to present, you know, what those are. I guess I still am unclear with our board if answers to those are required for us to moving forward. And if we can't get answers to those, what moving forward looks like, or if we just don't move forward. And maybe that's a premature thing to bring up, but that's what I'm wrestling with in all of this as well. I'm operating of the understanding that we're going to try to tackle those questions that you've raised and make a decision to move forward based on those answers or not. So if I'm unclear on that, it would be helpful to know that now.
No, I think you've summed it up. Thank you. You know, I do hear I don't hear it among our boards, but I do hear it in the community that, you know, what if we decided we weren't going to grow bigger? What would that mean? And what would that look, and what would it require?
Heard it from me.
Maybe I've heard it from you. Yeah. So, okay. Thank you. Sorry for that long. The list kept growing.
No, I appreciate it. Thank
Steve?
you.
So kind of a corollary to that, there are a lot of businesses like a hotel should not be allowed to be built unless they are providing employee housing in their building, like the European model. They're building housing for visitors, they can build housing for the employees also, instead of relying on some people coming clear from Silt or somewhere to work in a hotel. I think that it's probably more on the city's back because they're the ones with the businesses, but everything says that there's more demand for employees now. People have all these jobs available, but these companies are creating jobs, but they're not providing housing for their own employees, and maybe they should be required to, before their business can expand, they need to you know, locate housing for the people who are going to work for them.
Physically rather than with a fee.
Right, because
Yeah.
now they have the fee in lieu.
Yeah. So that takes me to what we could do, or maybe do more of as a county, and that's more enabling legislation in our land use code to require, just toss some ideas out there. One would be if someone's building a house over a certain size, they have to physically provide affordable housing. Not just kick some money in, but, require them to come up with the housing, so it's not all on the government to rescue everybody. It might be something to do with short-term rental regulations, that if someone wanted to do a short-term rental for 6 months of the year, well, then they are required to rent it the other 6 months of the year for affordable housing for a worker for half of the year. Those kind of things that we could do kind of structurally in our land use code to provide more housing without coming up with a whole bunch of money to do it.
Patty?
Yeah.
If I could, I really appreciate
Francie,
that.
I
Thank
got you.
you. Thanks for sharing that. Years ago, I think the city and maybe city and county together had the ADU option. They thought, well, we'll allow people to build ADUs and they'll be using them for their employees. They were working toward what you've suggested, but that failed because people didn't use them for the employees. That ultimately, I'm wondering if that could be revisited, because I've had people propose this to me again already. It's like, hey, I've got this land. I could build an ADU to house affordable housing, workforce housing. Why aren't we doing that? And I always say, well, the last time we tried it, it failed miserably, and they turned them into their personal gyms and their, whatever. Is it worth trying to circle back and look at that again?
But we have CDUs that do that now. And we do offer CDUs that have to go under the APSHA guidelines and be rented at all times and be rented under certain
we do have the
provisions.
CDUs, you're right.
So that's kind of what replaced the ADUs.
What I'm wondering is can we have a program, say somebody who's already has his house, somebody just outside of town said, hey, I'd love to build something. If you give me permission to build, I could build affordable housing next to my house.
They can come back in and request putting in a
that.
CDU, but people just don't want to have either their staff living there
There's no
or
uptake.
somebody who's,
Right.
yeah. And one of the other problems is when it's been suggested that no housing, it's a policy that new housing is not built outside the urban growth boundary. And that, I think, is a big hurdle for the county. So where are we supposed to build housing in the county that's within the urban growth boundary that is an acceptable place? And so that has become a concern. You can add housing to areas that already have affordable housing to some limit, but you can't create a new project. So that, that's kind of, how do we do it when we're telling ourselves we can't do it? So that's a policy that was also in the Aspen Strategic Housing Plan, was no housing outside the urban growth boundary. So because of ability to hook up to things like water and septic, and just more traffic coming from in through, there was just a lot of issues behind that. But Kelly, I got Francie next.
So, in response to what you were saying, Greg, I was talking about all the new apartment buildings in Carbondale, and you look at that and you're wondering, to what end? Like, why are we allowing all these high-density apartment buildings in Carbondale? Like, whose needs are being met there? And what is it doing to the character of Carbondale? I mean, the last town council and mayor have completely changed Carbondale in 4 years, just like flipped it on its head. And so what you hear from municipalities is, well, we want the revenues from that. Well, for what? What are those revenues going to do besides serve these new apartment buildings, put in more sidewalks, put in more soccer fields to deal with the incoming population? So what is the point of that growth for growth's sake? And to a certain extent, but in a more difficult way, I also question, in the way that you do, building more affordable housing up valley. So if we're looking at Burlingame, which is what, down to 300, the lumberyard is down to 300 units, right? Something like that.
380, I
Some-
think.
Something like that. And then let's say we do 100 out at Public Works, and then we do 70 at Phillips. And so where are those people going to shop? And where are they going to buy their daily things that, you know, they might get at something like Walmart? Is it all going to be on Amazon, and then we're going to have more trucks driving the valley delivering affordable products to people who can't afford anything in Aspen? And I don't see what's going to support having that many more people living on the fringes of Aspen. I mean, when I come to Aspen, I can't afford anything here. And so how are people who are living in affordable housing what are they going to do? Just go home to their apartments because they can't afford to go out in Aspen? And, you know, Clark's is completely out of reach financially for people who are going to be in affordable housing. And I don't know about City Market, but it's crowded as hell and tiny little aisles. And so we're going to suddenly bring 500 more people to the perimeter of Aspen and expect our current infrastructure to support that. So I do question that, Greg, as compared to people living down valley and commuting, I mean, how many more jobs are we generating all the time up here in this little beehive of activity? And how do we support, other than giving them an apartment, how do we support these people living up here? It's more than housing. So, so I do question the goal of more and more apartment building type of units that I'm not quite sure who we're serving and how far we're taking them.
We have to take an honest look at what it represents, and I thank you for that. I agree.
Well, I'm going to jump in, Kelly, real quick. The problem is we have a housing issue up here for employers to find employees. So do we then say, sorry, we're going to put it all in Carbondale, we're going to put it all in Basalt? So, and those down valley jurisdictions have for years and years and years been saying, why are you solving your problem and creating the problem in our community? So unless they deed restrict the housing that goes into Carbondale to people who work in Carbondale, which they don't, I don't think. Maybe some of the units, same thing in Glenwood or other places, Basalt. But so that's a difficult question to answer. You know, and how many people want to live up here?
Yeah.
They don't mind working up here, and a lot of them don't mind the commute if it's reasonable, especially if there's bus service that's reasonable. And so that's a big question to bring forward and discuss. And I don't think we're going to solve that in 2 hours with the joint meeting with the city. I think we need to look at what's in front of us now for the efforts we're doing that are reasonable and don't do these massive big development. We have to look at all opportunities that may be workable, we find, or may not be workable, we find. But I think that's got to be part of the discussion with the joint meeting with the city, and then the broader discussion will be something I'm hoping we'll bring back before the end of the year with the board again to say, you know, where do we really think we want to go with housing, and what are the pros and the cons that come with it. And so that, I think, is a discussion the board needs to have. And then we need to say, okay, we can do X, Y, and Z. We have consensus on that. How do we fund it? What's our mechanisms of funding? Because until we know what we want to do, where we want it to go, you know, we won't know how we want to fund it and how we can get a funding measure passed. And Greg, that was my thing with trying to put a ballot question on now, without having places and who and all those questions answered. We can't ask the public, I don't feel, my personal opinion, to help us fund it when it's a big question mark. Give us money, but we don't know where we want to use it or how. We need to have those things vetted and be able to present them in a clear, understandable manner to the public, who we're going to be the voters, if we want to get anything passed on a ballot.
So what you're saying is we're not ready to put it on the ballot? That's
Not
what you're
now,
saying.
but I think we need to do it in like maybe next year, but not this. We just don't have that information before us. And I think having this discussion with the city is critical for the county to be able to shape a direction or shape directions we don't want to go in next year. So Kelly?
I just want to jump in on three things. I mean, you all know I don't agree with that. I think the community would have gladly supported us in funding for housing based on the need, and trusted that we would articulate that personally. And then I just want to also counter a little bit what I heard from Francie and Greg. You know, if you look, APSHA rules already have, you know, boundaries in place about who is accessing the housing. So I would encourage you to think, you know, it's not, these are not new people. Like, building housing is not, all of these people are coming here to work, and they're coming here to go to City Market. And to buy a house in APSHA, you have to have worked here for 4 years. To rent in APSHA, they prioritize the people with the longest work history. So it's not the generation, it's not a new 500 people who are going to be going to City Market. It's, these people are already here. They're already going to City Market. So that's how I look at that. And then I just want to go back. I think what, you know, maybe what we're trying to articulate is more of a strategic plan for the county on how we would use these funds. I would say, I want to be clear that we have different willingness on where we spend our funds and where we, you know, create housing inventory within and outside of the urban growth boundary. I think, you know, we are participating, we are creating new housing inventory outside of the urban growth boundary when it comes to conversion of current stock. And I want us to just be clear about that. Whereas we're more concerned about whether it's inside the urban growth boundary or not when it is creation of new stock. And I think that we should be clear about that, because that helps to explain why are we spending money down in Carbondale and Newcastle and things like that, rather than up Valley. So just a flag. Thanks.
Okay, and Kelly, I can understand your personal opinion that we could have put a ballot question on now and gotten it passed in November. But having been, I'll say it again, having been with the county when we spent a huge amount of time with our road and bridge tax, a question that failed, and then we haven't brought it back because of that failure. And I don't want to be in that position. I would rather be sure and put in the time and vet the issues prior to putting a question on, so that we can get a question that's going to be positively supported by our voters the first time we ask it, rather than run the risk of having it fail in how many years till we can bring it back. I was here, part of that effort with the county. The county put in a huge amount of time prior to getting a question drafted and brought to before the voters. The other thing is RAFTA, even though it was very complicated, their question, because of the different jurisdictions, they spent years, a year or two, putting that question together, having it, the dog and pony show, taking it out and sitting down with people before, during, and after the question. And I think that's what we're going to need to do to have a successful question. And I'm saying we need to do it. But we need to have the time to vet it and do it right, because I don't want to put in all the effort, all the staff time, all the energy, all the cost, and have a question fail, because that is not going to be in the best interest of anyone.
And I know, Patty, and I honor all four other opinions on this board, as I will maintain mine. Thank you.
Well, unless you want to take a question and run with it and put in the time or energy and find staff who can help us inside and out. Yeah, I just want to do it right. And I think we owe it to the county, we owe it to people in need of housing, we owe it to the community, and we definitely owe it to the taxpayers and to the voters to do it right. Francie.
Yeah, I just want to assure you, Kelly, I'm not opposed to affordable housing. I just want to make sure that we're looking at all of the layers of complexity when we provide, if and when we do provide housing, and how do we take care of other needs that we're going to be creating in addition to, I mean, after we provide housing. What other needs are we creating? And I want to look at that before we get too far down the road, including childcare, of course. But
Okay.
anyway.
So I'm going to bring this, John, and then I'm going to try and wrap, but.
Yeah, well, and I just want to maybe flag, this has been a pretty broad-ranging conversation, and, you know, I think one of the challenges we have going into these conversations is this board is still struggling with policy questions, right? About, you know, there's the initial question, should we be doing it, that you've spent time talking about today? And then you go in another layer, and you know, if the answer to that is yes, then how we should be doing it is a whole nother layer of conversation.
And the where and the who and
yeah, and the board is given some direction in spaces where you're comfortable, you know, with staff looking at answering some how questions. But there are still some basic policy and value questions this board needs to come to some agreement on, I think, so that we know how to move forward. Because when we're still talking should, in some cases, it's very difficult for staff to develop any recommendations or pull information together that's going to be relevant. We can bring the studies that have been done. We can certainly talk about different revenue generation models. We know what a mill produces, right? Or we can estimate what a % of sales tax produces, or those sorts of things. And that doesn't matter a whole lot until you all come to some agreement about the shoulds.
so
Even before the house.
we also, when we talk about sales tax, we need to look at where our limit already is on sales tax, because there's a limit there's a cap, and is that flexible or not flexible, and how would that, you know, what could we generate just in unincorporated Pickens County on a sales tax when we don't have a lot of, you know? So, I mean, that is something, but I think for the meeting with the city, we want to get together with city staff, try and come up with a data presentation. It's kind of a kickoff as to the studies, even though, you know, that's an interesting presentation, but, and then for the county side of it, I think we need to be able to explain to the city at that meeting where our current funds come from and how much that kind of, you know, annually generates. Where we've been using them, what we've been doing, how we've been doing it, and for whom. And then I would also like to bring in what Kelly suggested about homeless, what were our efforts for the homeless population, because that's a critical part of our housing. And then, of course, the regional effort and partnerships. I think those would be good issues to bring forward to the city. And I'm going to suggest to the mayor that we try and do that in maybe the first hour, and then open it up just for city council and BOCC members to have a conversation. Does that sound okay for the joint meeting with the city?
I think we could probably have a briefing document prepared with what John outlined about what we're actually doing that could be given to them in advance, because I don't think we'll need an hour to discuss that.
They may want
They
to
may want
pick
to
it.
take more time at it. I'm just trying to think, how can we hit the ground running?
Yeah, whatever we
Sooner
could
than-
put together, but we also have time limits.
Sure, I
Time
understand.
constraints, and
When
you
is the
know,
meeting?
it's the 19th.
So we have to have this done in a few days, basically.
So, and we have to be realistic with staff time and energy, and
Could you provide really nice graphics and, you know, that kind of
we
thing?
want cartoons, and
Videos.
we want,
And some designs and locations.
yeah,
No
and,
problem.
yeah. I know Kelly's hand's up, so, but I want to just make sure we are set on what we want to do for the city joint meetings. So that's kind of a broad parameter, but Kelly?
Yeah, I guess I would just say, I think that those questions related to the shoulds, you know, I think are helpful to put out there for the community, including, you know, the city, to understand what it is we're wrestling with from now to a decision about a more permanent revenue.
Yeah. So, and I will get together with the mayor, and he and I can discuss that, but I think the city already knows that we're kind of looking for this as the topic for our joint meeting, and so I'll touch base with Tori. We've been trying to get together for the last week or so, but now that I have more I told him we were gonna have this meeting, so I will touch base with him, and John, sure, we'll all touch base. Okay, so we're good? And then, hopefully, as I said, before the end of the year, we'll bring it back to another special session. It might be a special meeting with the BOCC to really look at some of these issues, so we can, hopefully the first of next year, we have a direction and we can hit the ground running very quickly. A lot of us running very quickly. Okay, we're good? Okay, so
See you
we
in
will,
person shortly.
yeah,
Thanks.
we'll be back at 1 o'clock to start the rest of our day, and I think we're starting with the growth management. So another good adventure for the county to start working on. Okay, grassroots, thank you. We'll be back at 1.
We keep meaning to get to.
Oh, okay, I thought, oh, Brian. These people, this is what we're doing.
Welcome back. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session for Tuesday, July 5th. And I'm trying to get onto the meeting. For some reason, I didn't have myself set up.
Turn your mic on, please. Patty?
Turn the mic on. Sorry. I'm not starting over. We're just going to roll. All right, we are ready. So, staff, would you please, here we go. Okay.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Kara Silvernail. I'd like to introduce our new consultant, Cindy Dubin. It's our first day on the show.
It's so nice to meet you. Welcome to Picken County.
They had a party for me and everything.
We've had a couple parties, haven't we?
Well, we're here. Thank you all for sending over your top 15 selection of the Community Growth Advisory Committee appointments. So we're here to give an overview and really have a discussion with the board to direct next steps. So we have a quick slide deck just to kind of give an overview before we jump into the conversation. Just as a reminder, the timeline that we have set, we're here before you today to give a summary of and discussion with all of you, with the idea that interviews could tentatively be scheduled for next week, pending board direction and applicants' availability, and then we would set the committee member appointments for Wednesday, July 13th, as well as then we'll be reviewing the bylaws later this afternoon as well. The one change we did want to share with you, and I apologize for the typo, it's been a fast-moving morning. We had talked about the July 28th as a kickoff meeting, and as we were discussing this morning, reviewing kind of what is needed, we thought it was best both for committee members in order to give them the appropriate timing to come to the kickoff meeting prepared, as well as us give you all a roadmap that we would push that to August 15th. But that actually also, or the week of August 15th, we'll figure out deadline or timelines. But that actually allows us also to have more one-on-one time with the committee members to know where they're coming from, so we can have a stronger foundation when we get started. So it does give a little bit more breathing room if you all need as you look through the committee appointments today, but not a lot as we still need to keep moving forward. So just want to give that overview of the timeline. And so just a reminder as we start to go through the committee appointments and kind of the structure we've set up is that we have Board of County Commissioners, Planning and Zoning Commission, and then this Community Growth Advisory Committee that has the staff team before you today, as well as the resource team, which is made up of 3 individuals from P&Z, as well as then we'll have representatives from different agencies and other subject matter experts as needed, but also just, you know, recognizing that the applicants that came in don't represent everyone in the community, that we still are committed to integrating broader public engagement into this process and having other voices, even if they're not in the committee selections that you all make today. And so this is just another way we were trying to figure out how to visualize this. And so this is just really the Community Growth Advisory Committee is the center of this. We'd have the resource team can bring those folks in. We've been working with peers in the community of who we could bring in depending on what the topic is or what the need is, and then also have that general public engagement and targeted outreach as part of this whole process. Any questions before we dive in just on the general structure setup? Okay. So,
That's my comment.
okay. So based on our conversation last week, we thought we'd share a few different pie charts, and we gave it to you as a printout of the slide deck as well, because I'm sure you might want to go back and forth of the sector representation and how that kind of unfolded in both the total number of applicants as well as the breakdown of the selection by kind of consensus of the commissioners. So this is just a broad sector representation. If we were to take those 12 categories that you all identified and build out a team of 25, basically 2 from each area, plus we had 6 from the community, this is what the pie chart would look like. We recognize this is not a perfect world, but it just was helpful to see, okay, here's what a pie chart could look like, and then what did we receive in total applicants, as well as you start to build out your committee appointments. So next slide. Oh, this is just a reminder of all the categories. So then here's the breakdown of what we received. And again, this is self-identified. We recognize many people fit in many of these categories, but as they self-selected, this was the representation of all 49 applicants that were received. And then what we did from your top 15 selections is we created 4 different tiers, and those tiers are really broken out of where there is consensus among board members of at least 3 or more votes, for lack of a better term. And then tier 2 is 2 or more votes, tier 3 is 1 or more votes, and then tier 4 are those that didn't receive any votes. And so we broke that out as a way to start to work through how you all would like to move forward with the process. So if you scroll to the next one, this is the breakout of tier 1. So you can see how the sector representation is. So it's roughly 38% is community values, 23% are climate change, 15% are residential property owners, and then you have 7% in real estate, land use, and development.
Where do contractors fit into this?
They fall into the development category.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. And so those that had, 3 or more votes amongst the 5 of you was a total of 13. And then we also broke it down by the residency of Pitkin County. So you have 75% live in Pitkin County, but then you also have representation of those that work but live elsewhere in the valley. So continuing, we kind of added on to this. So if you take tier 1 and tier 2 combined, which is 25 total, this is how your representation, your cross-section starts to build out. So you get, again, about 32% in that community visioning. You start to get a little bit more in that development, community, land use and real estate stays somewhat similar, and you get a couple more residential property owners. And a little bit more representation from Eagle County residency, but still pretty similar.
Just a quick comment about
Yeah.
like the residential property owners. When people put retired, and they don't have any reference to what they did their whole professional life, I didn't think that was very helpful. Like, okay, you're 55 and you're retired, and what else about you? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So maybe next time.
Absolutely. And then tier 3, so this is 38, more than the size of the committee, but if we took everyone that received at least 1 vote or more, you get, again, a pretty broad representation of the community, pretty heavily in the community visioning, and then the development are the biggest chunks, and then it's still about the residency, of 75% Pitkin County, and the rest Eagle and Garfield kind of stay the same. So that's just the breakout, and what we really wanted to leave it for discussion from all of you is, we've broken the groups into tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, and what we've discussed before was, who do you want to interview? Is it that you take kind of that middle group and you need to interview to whittle it down to that 25? Or is there some other, mix of the applicants that came before you that you would like to see brought forward in an interview? And right now we have 2 hours, I believe, 3 hours. held for your work session next week to get applicants for a interview.
Great.
Okay, great.
We have about just 5 minutes to look through the names for a second. Is
Yeah,
that
well,
possible?
you can look through and let Greg ask those questions.
I had an offline discussion with John earlier just about group size. You know, the group gets bigger and it becomes more cumbersome, but it's more inclusive. I would just love to have a short conversation with the board about what's the optimal size of the group. 25 seems pretty large to me. And I could imagine lopping that back down to 15 to 20 somewhere, but I just want to hear what other people think. That was one. And then also just an observation I made. I'm actually kind of surprised that, I can see why we'd have so many development, community, and real estate applicants because their livelihoods depend on growth. Applying here, but I'm actually surprised that the tier, somehow it seemed like there was a disconnect for me between the applicants and then tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 percentages. I think tier 2 would probably be where I thought I saw. And these are the choices this board has made and that are in the tier 2. Okay, I understand that. I don't want to. I feel like I'd be putting my thumb on the scale to say what I thought about it right now, but maybe we'll just leave it at the group size and we can begin the conversation.
Yeah, I think I could support 20.
Support what?
20 people, but no less, just for attendance
All right.
reasons. My selections are more in the tier 2, interesting, and I think the tier 1 is obviously got a lot of weight, and just looking at these two, climate change, and we have some pretty strong personalities in that, but I think if you asked anybody on any of these, they have concern about climate. And then there's one in the tier 1 that, it's Mayor Sterling, ex-mayor. He's a pretty strong voice, and you have to have a balance of personalities also. I don't want somebody to step in there and be taking things over. And, Bill's got some really good, solid, strong opinions, and he's also, you can't say he's not in climate, in here. So, if anything, I could see interviewing the tier 1, tier 3, to get that last 7 members, maybe.
What, did you say that?
Tier 2,
Yeah.
tier 3, interviewing
tier
those
2.
people in those.
I thought you said tier 1.
No.
She did.
I know we need to move forward, and I could argue some of those, but I'll argue for the ones I want in tier 2 to be moved into that final selection, rather than argue with what people have chosen in that first group. Go ahead, Steve.
So I think that we should interview all of the tier 2 and try to whittle it down to 20 instead of 25. Looking at the list in the tier 1, it's a good solid group. I have no complaints about having all of them on the committee. The tier 2, I agree with you, 25 is probably too big, and 20
Better number?
gives, still, that would mean we'd have to eliminate 5 from the tier 2 group.
Yeah.
If that's after doing the interviews.
Yeah, if everybody accepts the tier
Yeah.
1 group is
So
just to move
that's what
forward.
I would suggest doing. The tier 3, there's some good people in there, but if they only got 1 vote. Also, I want to point out to at least 2 of us have little X's.
What?
And so I actually had 2 lists, one my top 15, which are the big X's. And then I had what I called the dream team to try to fill all the different slots with somebody who, in all the different categories, because some of the categories weren't really very well represented. And so that's why I did a second list, trying to just fill all the slots with, good candidates who we could interview for it. And that's why there are some little X's and somebody else, it looks like they did the same.
Those are alternates, the little X's?
Yeah.
Additional interviews is what I called them, like people I would be interested in talking to. So I've got little X's too, I believe.
I just had one question mark. I didn't have little or big X's, I had one question mark, and that was Bill Sterling. I thought he was a worthy candidate, but I wanted to see where the rest of the board stood, and obviously,
Patty, I can,
Yeah.
oh,
yeah.
I was just gonna say my comments. Most of the people I chose are in tier one, strangely enough. And there's like 3, I think, in tier 2. So I'd like a minute to look at the applications of the people that I'm not familiar with so much. But I would rather see a committee of like 17 than 20. There's something about 20 that just seems like a lot of people, and if they're voting on anything, it could be split, and so I'd rather have an odd number of people. Just my
that
comments.
occurred to me also, for an odd number rather than an even number.
I'm not going to 17 unless you interview everybody.
Well, then maybe 19 or something. I just think an odd number makes for a easier vote, but.
Kelly, you look pensive.
Yeah, I guess, honestly, in the pool of people, I'm surprised we didn't have more of our land use planners apply. You know, I would have liked to have seen like Mitch and Chris or Sarah or Jessica Garrow or, you know, people who are just really familiar with the Lincoln County land use code. You know, so, I don't know, so some of this is a struggle to me to put people on here that like probably have no knowledge of.
Well, you know, I
Stuff
felt
that
the
we're
same
looking
way,
at and,
but,
like-
yeah, a lot of people that are more of the community values and character people, don't have the, you know, you'll say GMQS and they'll be blank. But I think they need to know the learning curve is gonna be huge, and we expect them to do their homework. Because if we just go with people that are land use or development, we're gonna get land use development results rather than the full spectrum. We're looking for climate, character. There's a lot of people in climate who probably don't know what GMQS means either. So, that was a concern of mine, and I was also surprised when I looked at it, that just the interest that it garnered from just a different spectrum of the community. But, you know, cause I think there's some good people in tier 2 that we might wanna really consider moving them up into the final selection. So I guess what we're looking for is a number, and if we support tier 1 and the number we wanna interview. Yes, Steve.
Question, this sheet that you have, those growth.
Yeah, what is that?
Sorry.
Now, are these people who were in the ad hoc group who got together
Yeah.
and gave the recommendations?
So there's 2 members or 2 different groups there. One is the growth committee that was originally convened back in 2020, and then the energy group that worked on the newest energy code adoption. So they are all people who are familiar, had done work in the past, and wanted to provide you those names as well.
Not many of them
No,
applied for
and
the
only
group.
Two
They
of
haven't
them that
applied
I
for this
see
group, but are they
on
still
the
in the
other-
group?
Are current
Sorry.
Wait a minute.
applicants.
Maybe they feel done with committees. That's why they didn't
So,
apply.
wait, let's focus. So Greg's question is, did a few of these applied, and do we have any idea why they didn't apply for this advisory group?
And these groups have been disbanded, so to speak? Okay. So it's nice to see this, but I'm not sure what relevance it has.
I think it's interesting they didn't apply to move into the,
I wanted to see it. I wanted to know if there was crossover.
Okay.
so you guys don't have any feeling for that? Gut feeling, or,
I mean, what are we
Yeah.
expected to do with this list?
It was just provided as a cross-reference,
I think we asked for it.
yeah,
Okay.
I was actually gonna request this information because I was curious
Okay.
who had served earlier or who wanted to serve now.
Actually, when I look at this list, because this is the first time I've seen it for a while, there were more people on the growth management public outreach team.
There were more, you said?
There were a few more that definitely were there. But I think it's just a big time commitment. We had one person from the Growth Management Public Outreach 2020 who I was really hopeful, and she applied and then reneged because it was just too much time. And then we've had a couple land use planners types who have said, darn, I thought the application was due on the 1st, not the 24th, you know, that kind of thing. So there are people who are interested, but, you know, this is what we got. And so I
Yeah,
think
I reached
we
out
have
to
to run
some
with it.
local architects in that younger generation, but I didn't reach out to give them time, and plus, everybody's busy.
Yeah.
Are there
Yeah,
a
I
couple
know
on
two
the-
people who wanted to apply and missed the deadline, and then they were gonna send in their application anyway, just so we'd have it, but it was closed.
Don't we have two P and Z members? Is Suzanne Caskey still on P and Z?
Yeah, and
Jeff
she's going to be
Woodruff.
on your resource committee.
Right, so a couple of these are already on P and Z, so maybe they wouldn't be.
There'd be a conflict
Yeah.
because they're an
There
advisory
is-
group to P and Z.
There's a different list out there for the people who, I'm just drawing a blank on all of them
I
right
guess
now.
I'm just uncomfortable if there's people who want to be on this group and we're not giving the opportunity because of a deadline. That for us means if that means we don't get the best group advising us. I've had people reach out as well.
So do we want to reopen it for a very short period of time? Is that maybe?
We had this conversation last week about a different group, didn't we?
Yeah, we did, what was that?
What was that about? Reopening it, what does that do? Does that cause an equity issue and, you
Well,
know,
one's gonna be the
deadlines are
animal shelter.
deadlines?
Like a week?
Yeah, I would,
Except for we're supposed to interview next week.
Yeah.
yeah.
It'll push everything.
Yeah.
I'm gonna argue that we've got a really good range of people here, and we don't all get what we want, but I think I see people that I could live with we could build a group from this cast of names. And I do see some expertise, looking at people who are gonna know what GMQS means in the first tier 1, it's gonna be, you know, a majority of them are familiar. So you've got a few who might not, but I'm gonna say 75% do. And it's probably okay to have some new names and faces and, you know, new perspectives come in. So I'm not missing anybody dramatically. My issue with it is just the makeup of the committee. If it's an advisory group on growth and community values, it's an interesting balance because a certain percentage of them, maybe 33% or somewhere in there, have a financial interest in seeing the community grow.
Is it a committee on growth and community values?
That's
I've
kind of
never
what I
heard
thought
that.
it was. Community Growth Advisory Committee?
But it
That's how
doesn't
I
say
perceive it.
community values.
Sorry if I used
I don't
the wrong
think.
word.
Don't use
Does it?
community values in front
Oh,
of
not
Francie
values. I
because she
can't
want
use
you
that
to
values.
define it.
Okay, well, I'll define it. It's people who don't have such a strong financial interest in promoting growth in the valley.
But you said the name of the committee was Growth and Community
No, I'm
Values.
sorry, I misspoke on that. It's the Community Growth Advisory Committee.
Okay, thanks. Just making sure.
So
I guess I would,
go
sorry.
ahead, no, you go ahead.
I guess I would just say if we're already like deciding not to interview a whole group of people because we've accepted their applications, you know, what is the harm of accepting more applications that we may decide not to interview because we want them on? Anyway. You see what I mean? I don't know if I'm being clear about that.
No, that didn't make
Say we
sense.
get 5 applications in and we think, oh, these are 5 great people, they would have been in my tier 1, we wouldn't be interviewing them anyway. So we're not pushing anything, like by giving a few more days for that, I don't necessarily think we'd push everything back.
Well, we're scheduled to do this on the 12th, which is
Aren't we
next
supposed
Tuesday.
to choose the list of names today?
Yes.
Isn't that why we're
To
here?
interview.
We're supposed to decide who we're gonna.
Yes, we are.
We're gonna accept tier 1, or who do we wanna interview? We wanna interview them all, or are we gonna accept the tier 1 by how we've already voted? And then just interview tier 2 to step them up into that final category of 19 or 21 odd number? Which I don't have a problem with as long as it's not too low or too high.
Could we put the ideal mix back up? And then, you know, because those are the categories that you requested. And then the next one, which is where it lands.
Wait a minute.
today.
I'm confused what you're saying.
This is the, if it was if we balanced
Oh, I see.
all of the categories, I think there were 12 or 13.
We lost the youth representatives.
Although we have some
Yeah.
youth in the
Just one, don't
professional
we?
categories.
It's youth. teenagers,
No, not
middle
teenagers.
schoolers, elementary? I
No,
mean,
Could have
professional.
had young professionals that more identified with land use, property management, development. So they could represent that youth category, but they just identified in another. So that's something we recognize there.
because that's what I was trying to do, to recruit some of that architects that I know in town that grew up and were born and raised here. So they have the community value issue and the land use part of it. But we didn't get them, because I don't think they had time, or everybody's busy in those, like I said, in those sectors. So so let's flip, too bad we can't put those side by side.
Yeah, I was
can we?
thinking side by side, but that's probably
it
too much
too
to
much?
ask.
So
Too
did
much
they
to ask.
have that list to choose from?
Yeah,
Yes.
there's a drop-down list in the form.
Okay.
So now where are we in sector one?
So, yep, these
Sector
are total applicants. And then in tier one, this is the breakout. This is, again, had 3 or more votes, as we know it as consensus between the commissioners. And this, if you were to accept, would be the current makeup of the agreed upon members and what the sector they represent.
So
No
climate
agriculture.
change in the, what we preferred was only about 8%, a little over 9%.
In an ideal
23?
balance situation, you would have had pretty much 8% on all, except that one larger community values section. And
And that's
that
how a lot of
represents
people
about 2
describe
people.
themselves, because we know Mr. Sterling, who's down here as a community, oh, he does have real estate on there.
So there's no
Or he
agriculture
doesn't, he's a realtor.
in this?
What?
And there,
There's no agriculture in this?
Right. And so those are the things to think about when you're interviewing that next round.
How about tier 2? Do they have any agriculture there?
Now agriculture is in tier 3.
And there was at least one other person who, I was the only one who voted for them, but they do have an agricultural background, but they're more of a land developer.
Yeah, exactly. There were a couple of guys who say
Yeah.
they're ranch managers, but
Yeah.
they're really development managers. They're not. They're
Yeah.
like, used to be ranches there, but
So to me, there was nobody on the whole list who was like
representing agriculture.
representing
I agree.
agriculture.
And you have
There were
Amos,
people with experience managing an agricultural operation, but probably not
Yeah.
very much hands-on at all.
you have Amos Underwood, who pretty much grew up in an agricultural environment, but he's now a draftsman, so, he's kind of, he knows how to wear those cowboy boots and get dirty out there in the fields, but.
Yeah. No, I would,
Look the part.
and I would just
and
say,
live the part.
the pie charts are representative of those that self-selected, but I think in all of your responses, you all know how these people represent different aspects of the community more than one drop-down box. So it's just a visualization, but don't let it be the driving force of the demographic that comprises the community.
There's a lot of crossover.
Yeah. Well, I'm comfortable with, oh wait, Cliff Weiss, isn't he currently sitting on P and Z?
No, he resigned.
Fine, that's right, he was.
So he's really familiar with P&Z. That's a plus. I really liked what Amos said about his priorities, where his number 1 was carrying capacity. That's why I put him in my number 1 pile.
I'm an Amos supporter myself.
Yeah.
but,
I just thought that was really
so, I
cool.
mean, he would be interviewed if we do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would be okay, I could live with the top tier 1. And I would definitely want to interview tier 2 and then pick the number either 19 or 21.
So that's 13 interviews.
We could do that.
12, there's 12 or
12, okay, I can't.
So tier 1 and
Well-
tier 2 gets us to 20, right?
Gets us to
Oh, no, sorry.
45
I
right
missed
now.
the second page. Sorry. That'd be 25.
Yeah, so we'd have to hone that down to either 6 or 8.
One of the things that the board should keep in mind when we're talking about the committee size is this is a volunteer group, and this is going to go over a long period of time. Not a long period of time, but still a lot. And as we saw with the airport committees, I think you can expect to see some natural attrition just for other priorities and that sort of thing. So If you appoint 25, you may end with
17.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. So just something to keep in mind when you're thinking about that.
Well, if we appointed 21 or 19 and we ended up with 15, we could then recontact people rather than ending up with
No, we
25.
don't want to be bringing people back up to speed. We don't
Yeah.
wanna-
No, I mean, if we had, let's say we had 25 people we're okay with, but we just want to reach out to our top 21 to start with, or 19, then if they decline, then the next day we can
Oh, I
contact
thought you were
the other
saying
ones.
somewhere
No,
during-
no.
Yeah, and I think
During
the issue that I'm bringing up, Francie, is the attrition when you're already in process.
Oh,
So
oh.
like 4 months
I see.
in, people happen to drop out for
Yeah, I
whatever
see.
reasons.
I got
Yeah,
you.
Yeah.
I think for that reason, I'd probably start with 25.
It's just something for
Well,
the
that's
board to
something
consider.
we're thinking
Yeah.
about.
So are we going to talk about the people after we do the interviews? Is that the plan? You know,
Well, we
like,
have to make a decision.
yeah, but I mean, rather than saying anything about people in tier 2 or tier 3 or anything now, we're going to wait until after the interviews to do that?
Well, I would think so. unless-
Okay, just
yeah.
checking whether we're
Yeah.
supposed to say something now about certain
Unless
applicants.
you have some person that you really would not want to see on.
No,
in the
not
tier
that.
one.
I don't have that.
Okay, so are we all okay with accepting this tier 1 selection? And we can live with it?
Yeah, I can. I just want to say I serve on the core board with Bill, who's been at core since its founding. And he is by no means, even when he was chair, he was by no means the strong, strident voice as we know Bill.
We know
'cause
Bill
he's a
can
high-
be.
But I don't see him taking that
That's
nowadays.
why I had my question
I agree
mark.
with you on
Right.
that.
Yeah, I can live with that one. And, you know, I just, I know climate is a huge issue for us in moving forward and a kind of a basis of, you know, how we're gonna be, approaching growth management. It's gonna be a huge role. So I can live with the tier 1. So am I seeing that for the board? And then we can move
Yep.
on to,
I would.
It's mostly my list, so I'm good with it.
that makes me really suspicious. I think it's something like that.
I'm wondering,
I don't know
am I
what you guys
Commissioner
did to
D or?
gerrymander those numbers. Did Francie was there like a,
It was-
Make you a pie or something?
Darn
I'm
it.
going for the lottery next time.
I meant to bring a rhubarb cake and bribe you with it, but I forgot to bring it in.
Ooh, that sounds.
all right. Kelly's still looking at the tier 1. Are you okay with tier 1? Or is there anybody that jumps out at you?
You know, there's just some people I just don't know on here. I'm not fully confident that, 3 paragraphs.
Do you want to interview
Is giving
them?
us the best.
We want to interview all of them.
A lot of people I don't know.
Like Max Bliss, like he wasn't on my list. Tim Eston, I don't know him. I don't know what their familiarity is with.
And Max doesn't show up on our energy group here, but he was major on the energy group. So he's pretty darn familiar with.
I actually put back somewhere.
Tim Eston has been in the valley for a very, very long time and part of development and design and
Who are you talking about?
Tim Eston.
Eston.
She just says
Oh,
she
yeah,
doesn't know
he's-
who he is. But he's been here a very long time.
And it's somebody who's not from Pitkin.
Former Pickney.
I actually selected Tim also. So where's?
Couldn't we add some people that she wants to interview from tier 1? Do we have to be?
That's
mean,
what I was
can't-
asking her,
yeah,
yeah.
can't we just
If
add
you've got
a
names
few?
you want to interview, why don't we put them on the interview list?
Okay, I would add Christy, Tim, and Max.
And Max?
Did you say, Christy Blish? Okay, okay. And what, how I know her, wasn't she on our Noxious Weed Board?
Well, yeah, we interviewed her for the Salt Library Board
Yeah.
and for the Weed Advisory Board well, you
Yeah.
guys weren't involved in the interview for the Salt Library
No,
Board.
but I know her way back, because I sat
Yeah.
on the Weed Board.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I don't have a problem if we want to add those.
So could you say the 3 again?
Christie.
Christie, Max, and
That was what she said?
Tim Eston.
Oh.
So that's, I'm gonna just put an I by their names for interview. Okay, yeah.
So if I can, just for the board to be aware, that brings a total of 15, which is a little bit over 3 hours, because we would set up 10 minutes interviews and 5-minute breaks. And so then we'll need to expand the meeting time next week to ensure there's enough time for those interviews.
Well, I
And
think we
that's
can.
these 3 plus tier 2?
Yep, so I think I did 12 was right at 3 hours. So we'll need to, because that would have eaten up into any time for you all to talk to, so we will need to
Well, let's
update the agenda.
Maybe we can whittle it down a bit. Can we talk about tier 2? Are there any other, can we have a conversation about the tier 2, maybe eliminate or promote some from there?
Sure.
Yeah, because right now, our meeting on the 12th is from 10 to 5. And then we have the Open Space and Trails tour of Aloha after that.
I guess I would, if, like, I wonder, I don't know if I'd want 2 people from SKICO. So, you know, if Michael Miracle is already in their tier 1, do we need to interview Chris Kiley?
Chris
Chris
Kylie?
Kiley.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that.
I would too.
I was thinking the same thing like Holy Cross Energy, there were 2 applicants and
We chose 1, right?
Yeah.
and you can't,
I
it
think,
wouldn't be wise to have 2 from the same organization, I don't think.
I may be mistaken, but I think Blake Hansen and Brian Hanlon both work
They
for
both
Hansen
work.
They do,
Construction.
and I wanted to speak to that because I educated the Hamlin boys, and they were in my son's class at Country Day, and I really liked what the other one, there's Hanson and Hanlon. I really liked his application and the fact that he had been with the Steamboat Springs Planning Board for a while. Yeah, it gives him experience that is beyond being a contractor. So I had picked him rather than Brian, rather than Hanson because of that. I just thought, Blake Hanson grew up in the construction industry, and Brian Hanlon seemed to have wider experience.
So if we're going to eliminate 2 from the ski company, we should probably think about
So we-
eliminating 2 from Hanson.
Eliminate Blake.
I kind of was going either with Blake or Brian, and then ultimately went with Blake. And I talked to some people that have worked with him and highly regarded his positions and his thinking. So I'd rather interview both of those 2 from Hanson.
You would? Okay.
Yeah.
Rick Stevens
I think so. I think
is the manager of the Brush Creek Metro District and the Meadowwood Metro District, or homeowners HOA manager, and he's also former mayor of Basalt, as you may know.
Who are you talking about?
Rick Stevens.
Rick Stevens.
I'm just going down the list here.
Well, what about Ruben? What is Ruben's experience with
Well,
development?
Ruben brings youth and originality, I think, and he's just a young guy from Pitkin County. You know who his dad is, right? And
I've known Ruben since he was
yeah,
born.
so I love what he would bring to this. I just think he's unique and young, and
I don't know if we'll get the
Well-
participation level we want out of.
you don't think he would?
He's got a long
Participate.
commute.
Well, yeah, he lives up the frying pan now, but he also he's busy planning events.
I think just something else for the commissioners to know when you're talking about level of understanding. As we mentioned, we're pushing the kickoff to August 15th. That'll allow us to do more one-on-one time. With that one-on-one time, we're really trying to get everybody on the same baseline understanding for the background of growth, a lot of the things that we have brought to you in the past. And so for some of those who might not understand it, we're going to try and work with them to get them all up to speed, giving them that informational packet before the kickoff. So there is an opportunity for those committee members who may not have a direct background to become somewhat knowledgeable in that area.
Okay, so are we gonna interview both ski company employees? I mean, not both, but Chris, Kiley?
I'm
already got
okay with just
Michael.
taking him off. I don't know anything about him except that he works for Skisco, and so does
Well, I know
Michael.
he's in their development land use, so he's pretty
He's
aware
their
of.
new, Dave Corbin, the
Yeah,
new
he's the new planner
development
for the
director.
ski company. Totally different positions from Michael Miracle.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually picked both Michael and Chris, but I'd rather expand our time and interview the whole tier 2. To be
Rather
fair.
than what?
Rather than say, well, there's 2 from the ski company, 2 from Hanson.
Oh.
You know, let's interview the tier 2 and see where we come out. When we make the decision, we can then base it on how well they interviewed or didn't, and whether we want to include 2 from here and 2 from there or not.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I think
I'm
we
willing
can-
to give another hour to interviews.
Well, it won't be another hour.
Well, we will if we pick some people from tier 1.
For discussion.
Yeah. Well, then we're gonna have to, our day is already full on the 19th, I mean on the 12th.
We have, well,
We don't.
no.
The other thing I would offer is we've communicated with all the applicants that you all were discussing, but we don't know if all the applicants are available next week. And so the one thing it does push off the appointments, but it does leave a little bit of flexibility if you have time the following week. It gives applicants that availability to potentially come for an interview too, because we don't know
And maybe we
their
could
availability.
Check with Charlotte to see if the candidate for the senior services, senior council, maybe can switch to another day to be interviewed. That'll free up a little more time there. And, you know, unless we have specific issues with future agendas, you know, we do that on every Thursday anyway, and people are always contacting me from issues they might have coming up. We can also maybe negotiate that one too, free us some more time. But, because then we have to get on the road. We're not missing Faloha. Sorry.
I'm excited about that.
I am too.
Well, but then can we just allow the people who've reached out to us that thought the application closed on the 1st to submit?
And then interview them or evaluate them, or what do you want to do when we?
I mean, I would evaluate them and go from there.
Looking for support for that or not?
Well, I mean,
We
and
reopen it then and go out and advertise and start looking for more people to
It'll
sign
be a
up.
very short window.
I was thinking like till Friday.
Well, I was thinking, you
We'll
have
be able to get the ads
you have
outlined.
specific people who who told you that they tried to apply, but they were too late. So you have a short list of names?
how many do you have?
You had a
I have
short
2.
list.
You have how many?
2.
2? What do you have?
2, potentially 4.
Let's reach out to those 6,
Sounds like.
I think I would
Sounds like
too,
8 or
just
10.
to be,
just to be fair.
It could be,
So-
yeah.
to be as fair as we can.
Sorry, I'm hearing it from the majority of the
So
board.
do we give you their names?
Yeah, give me their names. So if I can,
Contact info.
if I can propose, I guess I just wanted to double check with the board of trying to get most of tier 2 plus the 3 from tier 1 interviewed on the 12th. But if folks are unable to make the 12th, is the board open to leaving flexibility for folks to come in on the 19th?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and then
Let
we
me look
could
at the
offer up,
19th.
at that same time, can bring back those applications to all of you of the shortlist folks.
And so right now, we're eliminating tier 3, correct?
The 19th, right now, we are booked until 6 o'clock.
Starting at what time?
Starting at 10, we have the follow-up on the Rock Creek litigation. And then we can totally take off, but it's only 15 minutes, board memberships. But then we have the joint meeting with city council that starts at 4. Yeah. We can't take that off, but that's only 15 minutes.
Well, we could start at 9.
And go till 6?
I'd rather take off board memberships.
Well, that's only 15 minutes. And we could take off open discussion, and we could take off future agendas. We just take the day off.
Well, the break is 2 hours.
Yeah,
We have a 2-hour break?
well, from 1:45 to 4, so we do, thank you. I'm keeping the break in because we're gonna need it before 2 hours of talking housing with the city, right? I think I'm gone that day. Oh, she's in New Jersey that day, no wonder. You're not gonna be here for the joint meeting about housing?
No. I have to go help my dad.
No.
I will be here on Zoom.
I will not be here on the
virtually
28th,
attending.
Well, we'll talk about that later.
but that's not going to affect this.
No, but that's a whole nother discussion, which we need to discuss. So let's look at that.
Okay, so we will, if everyone can give me their shortlist names, I'm guessing some might be the same. We'll open up the application through the end of Friday, and we'll move forward with trying to get all of tier 2 plus the 3 from tier 1 interviewed on ideally the 12th, and we'll look at if people cannot make it, extending to the 19th.
For the 19th, and we'll figure out time.
Yep.
I'll work with you on that.
Okay.
Okay. And then I'll recontact the person I contacted, the young professional architect, and see if he was able to contact a couple other ideas, names that he had, and see if there's any interest there. I can do that this evening. Okay. So
One
board.
last question for board direction for the interviews is, are there would you like staff to draft questions for you to be asking in the interviews?
Propose some.
Yeah, propose
Yeah,
some
just
questions.
give us some points that you may
Okay.
wanna, that would be very helpful.
Okay.
And we need to try and keep those the same for each applicant.
And if you keep staying here, we'll come up with some more jobs for you
I
to
know,
do in the
I'm-
next couple of weeks.
Unfortunately, I think I have the next item, which,
Run.
Okay, what else?
Now, I just wanted to
versus
help me out here. If we're gonna add maybe 8 or 10 more potential interviews, they'll get pushed into whatever these categories are. And so then we'll get back to a sense of equanimity with, say, the tier 3 people. Just wondering if some of the tier 3 people who may have had 2 interviews, I'd be interested in interviewing a couple of them. I don't want to build our interview list bigger. I feel like we're growing it too big already, so I'm not going to. I just want to make sure it's fair to them. They're in the process. They only had 2 votes here. We're throwing more in. I guess it'll reach a certain equality after we've interviewed the next group that have applied. So I guess I'm okay
Yeah,
with it.
either
I'm just
that or
trying
we
to
need
think
to
it through.
find a special meeting day and take 5 hours, 10 hours of.
And I don't think we need to do that.
I guess I'll say maybe we don't need to interview Tim Eston if the rest of the board felt like he was one of your top picks.
It was
Okay,
one of
that'd be
my
great.
top.
So, I can streamline that down a little bit there.
Cut one.
But still Christie and Max, right, you want to interview?
Yeah. Okay,
Now, another question. If we get 6 new people who we have not seen their things, and then what if 3 or 4 of us say we want that person? How are we gonna do the voting on, like, our
They get-
priorities? Because
the
we've
tiers
already
get
done the
redone.
vote.
Right?
we can look at the applications, Monday?
Well, if we are interviewing all of them and just put them into tier 2,
We're not necessarily interviewing anybody else who throws
the
in an
new
application.
ones, somehow we need to see the list.
Right, I just said, we're gonna see the list on Monday with the applications by Monday, because it'll be the end of the day, Friday. So we can expect that, we need to turn it around overnight. So we know on Tuesday what we might wanna do with the
Okay,
people that
okay.
apply.
Okay.
In that extra time frame.
I might even propose the application closing Friday at noon, so that we can spend the afternoon on Friday putting that together to share with you.
Over the
So you
weekend.
can review it over the weekend.
If you guys
at
can
work.
do that, yeah,
Perfect.
we're just gonna try and open some window of opportunity. They may not, we may get 1 or 2, we may get all of them or we may get none. So let's just see how it pans out.
This is
Okay.
open to anybody who would want to apply. We have to make sure the community understands it's open to anybody who would like to apply.
Well, they're gonna contact the people that we're giving them names of.
but it will be open to the
Yeah,
whole.
but how are we gonna get that out in the news by today?
We can post it on social media.
Okay,
Social media, I guess.
yeah, cause, we're gonna get it out there, today's Tuesday,
Andre, are you listening?
yeah. So, okay, I'm so sorry.
Well, if it's open to everyone in the public, then maybe each of us should just contact the people who contacted us individually.
Yeah, that's what I
And
thought you were
then
gonna
we'll
do.
go from there.
And
rather
not
than-
give the names to you, we just contact them, and if they send it in, great,
if
and if they
they-
don't.
Oh,
okay.
so each of you who have people who contacted you,
Right.
So how do we get them the application, because it's closed?
it'll be online.
Yeah, we'll send you guys a link again to the form, and we'll open it back up so that members of the public
Okay.
can submit again. And so, yep, all of that'll be turned on. We'll give you language to send out with dates and times, so everything's consistent.
Oh, you'll send us stuff, so don't contact people until we hear from you.
Yeah, we'll give you an email saying deadline's this date, here's the link to get to
Okay,
it, so you
great.
can grab all of that and send it right over.
Oh, great, thanks, Alex.
You're gonna make it as easy as possible. For all of us, except for you.
Alex is good at that.
Except for them, yeah.
It was smart to close it on Friday afternoon, time for, get it done and then go have a beer.
Okay, so, and then you'll be reaching out to those we're gonna interview and trying to set up interview dates for the 12th.
I
If
should
not,
too.
let me know, and we'll figure out what we can do with the schedule on the 19th. I will definitely work with you on that. Okay? We're good? Okay. I was hoping it'd be just slide it through, but we got some good questions brought up, and we wanna make sure we have this group as best organized as possible, so we can move this forward. And thank you for your time.
Sorry, can I, if
Yeah,
we
you can.
change it to noon, we get it to you all by Friday afternoon, could you all get us the information by Monday morning?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, just kind of moving the
Be up
time
at
And
frame.
those
five
who-
o'clock Monday morning reading them.
And you know what, and those
This
who
is what I was
don't,
doing the other
It worked
day.
out perfect.
Kara, those who don't, their information will, it's closing date, you know?
By 9 a.m. on Monday?
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, so now I believe you're staying here for bylaws.
Yes,
Bylaws are pretty standard to me, there's only one highlighted red.
yeah, I have to pull them up. Oh, perfect. Thank goodness Alex is here. So before you are the bylaws for the Community Growth Advisory Committee. And this is really taking, we're getting well practiced at some of these committees, taking some lessons learned from the Visioning Committee as well as in the Airport Advisory Board. So it's pretty standard. Just the one thing that I want to call out is that this is not being set up as a citizen board. And so there is some language differences between this and what you might see in some of the typical citizen boards because it is a temporary appointment piece. So we set up the stated goals as directed by the board. The one question kind of back to the number piece of it is if we are having a board of 25 appointed, the quorum recommendation is 50% plus one. We had put in there to be, I think, 11 to account for attrition, but that could also be a 50% plus one in what constitutes a quorum. And the discussion for the board in that is, we don't know what level of attrition we're going to have. And so we want to make sure that we're, still have a strong committee at the end of the day, but that we allow for a little bit of attrition versus a 50% plus one. And so that was kind of the discussion. That's really the big call out for this group in these bylaws is that quorum number.
So you're thinking a 20% attrition rate and then half of what's left over.
So putting in the
Plus an odd
percentage,
number.
not a number.
Yeah.
That makes much better sense unless you want to be amending the bylaws 14 times between now and,
So it could be 13, or it could be 11.
Right.
I mean, we leave it all in there. So it's flexible.
yeah, we wouldn't put a number, we'd put a percentage
Yeah.
plus one.
Okay?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah.
If half of them don't show up, I'll be
Discouraged.
discouraged.
If half of them don't show up, then we have a different conversation to be having than a quorum.
For sure.
I mean, the conversation would be,
almost
do we
half
have a
of them don't
committee,
show up.
not do we have a quorum?
How often are the meetings?
We have tentatively set them to be every other week, but that will be part of the discussion in the first kickoff meeting is what's
With the members?
with the members of what works for them.
I think it's on your page 3. Go to page 3. And there is
The red line, the red?
no, there's No, it's something, it was a number 5, maybe keep going down, duties. No, there's no number 5. Okay, go up the other way. It's a number 5, one of the subsections.
There?
Not that,
Removal?
not that section 5, it's a subsection.
Removal.
That the wording just sounded funny to me. So
Under
there's a number
removal?
5 right there.
Developing
It
recommendations.
sounds like that needs to be rewritten. It's, I don't know what it actually means. It's something got left out in the
Where
translation.
are we?
Number
Recommending
5 there.
code
Page
amendments.
5.
Recommendations? Oh.
Recommending code amendments for the board.
Maybe it's recommended code amendments.
Develop, I think it was supposed to be, that's a good catch, developing recommendation for code amendments for BOCC and
Right.
PNZs.
So there's a 4 that needs to be
Yeah.
in that.
Okay.
Because it's weirdly spaced too.
Yeah.
Good catch, Steve.
Well, it's because it's.
All right, anything else?
And then Alex, if you can scroll back to the other red line.
When you're briefing the final, before they're seated, you're gonna go through Robert's rules and all that, just so when the chair hits the ground running, they're ready to run the meeting properly. Because I think our airport
Jeanette has a
advisory had
pretty-
a few bumps getting started.
Yeah. Jeanette has a pretty good cheat sheet too. You can,
I've used it, yeah.
Yeah, we generally don't hold directly a Robert's Rules of Orders because
Right.
it's a 400-page
Too much,
document
right.
and it's too much to expect
much,
an advisory committee. And when you have a volunteer committee like this, just know there's going to be some storming and, you know, organizational pieces right up front before they kind of norm and start getting going. And so that will be true of this group too.
Just like our bumpy starts.
Yeah.
In the
Commitment.
first meeting, when
Commitment.
they won't necessarily all know each other, and they might have trouble coming up with a good chairman at the first meeting. And I would leave that possibility open. Maybe it's at their second meeting that they come
well,
up with.
that would be a given if they can't make a decision at the
If
first.
there's not somebody who doesn't just volunteer, or everybody concurs with.
Yeah, and the reason this is red line is just to have a check-in with the board, that the board supports the committee appoints their chair and vice chair versus the board appointing the chair and vice chair.
So if you could just reword that so it doesn't mean that they have to do it at the first meeting.
Okay, but the board supports that the committee can appoint their chair and vice chair.
Sure.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Section 2, let's see, this is page 8, prohibition on conduct. Number A is, no community growth advisory member shall vote or otherwise participate in a decision-making process which affects any entity or property interest in which he or she has a financial interest, nor may their family, blah, blah. So are they gonna be wrestling with community decisions that are gonna affect the financial interests of 30% of the members?
So
That's-
for example,
that's
if Hanson
probably-
is there and it affects a Hanson development
Or
project.
any realtor on the group, or any developer on the group,
Or
or
a
any
homeowner.
contractor, or homeowner.
Yeah, but
Well,
I,
it's,
How do we,
I know,
how
it
do we
affects a lot of people.
walk
then
that
we wouldn't have
fine
anybody on
line?
the committee.
Yeah, that's what I think. There's gonna be so many people with interests in
Well, I think if
the
it's- if
decisions.
It might be able to parse it a little bit more, better than that, but it's a
Well,
question.
If you own TDRs, what is your participation on the conversation on TDRs?
Right, or if
That's
you
more
are
direct
in the
than 'cause
development
you're a
business,
developer.
what is your,
Or if you own a home that
Well,
could
I mean,
today go to
Steve has
15,000 square
TDRs, but
feet.
he
No.
participates in those discussions.
No, I don't. We
Not
don't
anymore.
but-
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, that is really tough. Like, if you're a realtor and you have places
Can you vet
listed
that
that,
through the county attorney's office
could be
for us?
affected?
yeah,
So,
would be affected.
So John Ely had a really good answer for that, because we were discussing TDRs while my family still owned TDRs.
Uh-huh.
And we'd have to ask John for the wording of it, but when it was, it had to do with the TDR discussion was not about Capitol Creek Ranch TDRs. It was
Sure.
about the TDR program that affects everybody in the whole county.
So
So it was
that's
like the general public interest discussion of TDRs, and even though I owned 1/6 of the share of the TDRs, so I had a financial interest in it, but, and John Ely explained that very well, and we could always ask him for
I-
that opinion again
So
for.
you think that would be true of people who own real estate or are developers
If
of,
somebody owns a house that, maybe their house is only 3,000 square feet, but it potentially could be 15,000 square feet, or it could be 11,000 square feet or something, that decision on the house, maximum house size could affect them potentially. And anybody owns a home, that probably affects their home value
Yeah,
in
for sure.
some respect, if they decided they wanted to sell it to someone who wants to build a bigger house there.
So I've already directed them to vet it through the county attorney's
And
office.
yeah, I think
Also-
if they all just say when they have a potential conflict and then talk to,
Well, we'll vet.
That's
we'll vet-
item B
Counsel
on
on
the,
that.
underneath, the next item is
Yeah.
B, which covers that, divulge, if you have a, disclose your conflict. We all do if we have an issue, we disclose a
But
contact or
In
a.
this case, I think because it's in these bylaws and because there's a potential, because we're getting people that are already in the industry to make decisions on the industry, we need to vet it through the county attorney's office.
And I would call out the last sentence, and we'll run it by county attorney, might be addressing that particularly.
Yeah.
That is the BOCC request, which is you're appointing them to give discussions about that.
No, we're appointing them because of their experience and their knowledge, and then we don't want to have them have to step out of the room because of their experience and their knowledge.
this is just really
Lose our
tricky
quorum.
because there's so many people on this list who feel that they will be financially adversely affected if we lower maximum house size. There's just no question about that. So it's not one or two people. It's like,
But we need
we're
to
gonna lose our
have,
committee if they
Might
can't
lose our
vote.
quorum.
Yeah,
but we need to have their input into
Yeah.
those things. That's why we're selecting them, because we want to hear all sides of the story
Yeah,
before we make
exactly.
a decision. So we'll vet it through the county attorney's
an
office.
advisory
that's the
board.
catch-22,
If it's an
for sure.
advisory board, it's fine.
one way,
Thanks
Wait.
You knew this, you were just waiting for us to come around to that.
one way we could get around this is by having the minority opinion, like on the airport advisory board. Or, the visioning committee had their minority report, so
I don't think that has anything to do with the conflict. That's just a differences of opinion. And you can always, P and Z always can do a minority, any committee can do their minority report.
I think it's a great to recommend it, at least, or
But
encourage
I don't know
it.
if that has to be in bylaws.
Well, in paragraph
Wait,
B,
let me-
oh, sorry.
I can look, I know it was written into the vision committee bylaws, so I can pull and I'll run that with the attorney as well.
Thank you.
Yeah,
It was nice that it was, we had,
Sorry.
I think
It's
we
okay,
only
I
had one
understand.
opportunity for it to happen, and it was a minority report of one, but still, it was available to everyone.
Right. And we've had them come from P and Z before in the
Yeah.
past too. So Francie has the floor.
so in paragraph B, it says, if determined to be a conflict regarding the issue, he or she will refrain from participation in discussion or vote on that issue. So in this group, we might have to allow them to participate in discussion according to whatever John ends up saying, but maybe not vote. I mean, we don't want them gone from the discussion, so, I don't know, it's a weird thing.
Yeah, we want them
You can talk about it,
at the
but you can't
table in
vote
the
on it.
discussion. And
So-
maybe they have a different,
You know what? We're not going to answer it now. We need to vet
We
it
need
through
John,
the county
yeah.
attorney's office.
Can you say it again?
I probably, chances are I'll be saying it again. So we're going to vet it through the county attorney's office.
This is kind of like inviting the fox to come in for a discussion in the hen house.
A little bit.
And the hens are plump and ripe and ready to.
so, just so, I think I understand that this committee is going to make recommendations to the P and Z first. Then the P and Z considers their recommendations and then makes a recommendation to us. And then we can accept or change those recommendations. So I think even if they have, the buck stops at this table here, and no matter what they recommend, we can change it. And I think therefore the minority reports will be valuable, so we can hear the discussion on both sides to help us in our decision that we're gonna,
Yeah.
yes, we accept the whole thing, or we Except, most of it except for this part or whatever we decide.
Most of the things that come to us through P and Z will be changes to the land use code. So, unless we have specific major policy directives. But most of it will be through the public process that's required for code amendments, right? Okay.
I was just thinking
We're
of a
gonna vet that
question,
through the county attorney's
a
office.
question for Cindy and John, and it would be that, in your experience and in your previous job, before you moved to join us at the county,
Former position.
Um,
My favorite kind too.
you know, it seems like we've got a pretty complex machine we're building here. We've got all these, we've got P and Z, and we've got a new advisory board advising the P and Z, who's gonna come to us, and they're all gonna have recommendations. Are we just making it complex is it a CYA operation? Are we covering our butts because we're concerned that this is such a complex issue that we need that many eyes on it? Or is this overcomplicating it? I'd love to hear your frank opinions.
John's
Do you
got
want
an
me to take
answer.
that one
Ready.
first?
Sure.
Not to
He's
put you on the
ready to go.
spot or put us on the
I
spot.
have no opinion. No, I'm just kidding.
Just
You're
the
too new
consultant.
here.
I just started.
The design of this was to recognize that there are a lot of interests in our community that will bear on this final recommendation that comes back to the P&Z and ultimately to this board. And so we're anticipating that there's going to be some hard-fought compromises that need to be developed that the committee members and ultimately the community and you all as decision makers can consent to. And so we've constructed, I think, a process that we think will get those viewpoints at the table so that you can be assured that the recommendations that are coming to you are recommendations at least meet the consent test, if not the happy test, you know, for folks. And I don't think we get there without having these multiple avenues for folks to participate. And so it is complex. It is not required. This board could have asked the policy questions to simply come up through the P&Z with a recommendation to this board, and then this board would ultimately make the decision. I think what we recognized is this body appropriately as a representative body wants to be responsive to the different interests in the community. So let's go ahead and see what kind of compromises, hard-fought consensus we can build, and that would meet that consent test.
Thank you for that.
Okay. All right. Kelly, please.
Greg's question made me think of a different conversation Greg and I had. And I wanted to understand what sort of feedback loop would happen in the course of this process. You know, for example, I feel like we've had conversations about like how does affordable housing play into this growth conversation? Greg and I had a conversation about, you know, fracturing TDRs and what is the economics of that. You know, I guess I would say I want to make sure that we have an opportunity to raise topics so that we don't get to the end and say, oh, well, this was really important information for me to have, and we didn't engage on that and didn't cover it in the process. So I'd hate for us to get to the end of this and not be able to make a decision.
Yes, you especially would hate that.
So we can have
I would especially hate
a
that.
list of
So-
marching orders, marching
That's why,
orders,
Greg, I was
discussion
like, Greg, you
topics.
gotta make sure they include that, and I'll bring up my stuff too.
We're gonna vet that through the county attorney.
I think we have the experts here at the table. but-
Trying to get you guys off the hook.
I can share, we did just this morning have a loose kickoff meeting with our new project coordinator consultant that we brought on board, and so they're going to help us as the staff team get organized to come up with a roadmap of what this really looks like. And then we wanted to bring that to you all before that kickoff, and knowing that that is a very important piece of what is that feedback
So
loop.
if we see any gaps, we can fill in
Yeah,
between
yeah.
that and the real kickoff.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
And we're not letting you and Greg go anywhere again.
This was over paddleboarding in Crested Butte.
Yeah, especially on those long drives, we're not letting you, gonna put a barrier in between the two of you. No, I'm glad you guys had the opportunity to vet that, because it's a good point. Okay. I'm looking. So bylaws, we're good with?
We'll run by the county attorney.
Thank you, good idea. And then we'll look at interviews. I'm gonna go back to that discussion, and we can work on time, and I'll help you out with that. We're more than happy to.
And call your people who've called you.
Yeah, and if we reach out, I'll make a note to do
I have a
that.
feeling Alex is working on that email right now.
No, I've got STRs coming up.
I'm gonna email, okay, when I get that, or maybe I'll put a call in before. Okay. Okay. So we are good? Perfect.
Good.
Thank you, guys,
All right,
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
I have a
guys.
feeling we're gonna be seeing a lot of each other. And the new person. over
Welcome.
there.
Where's your
Cindy.
And the
desk,
new
or did they
person.
give you a desk?
I'm not really sure.
And the new person.
Didn't really have one to begin with. She had like this rotating.
I'm not really
Are they
sure.
gonna even let you go into ComDev?
I still have a badge.
Cindy, I'm following you out. I
She
have
had to
a
get a
question
new
for you.
badge.
Oh, okay, but I'm gonna be in this next one too.
Okay, next conversation is short-term rental fees. I know Ellen is out of town. Jeanette, you're here. Where is she? Do you want to come on up to the table and introduce, 'cause I don't know if everybody met you, like,
No.
formally sitting here?
Go, please do, go ahead.
I'm Jeanette Musio. I've been the short-term rental licensing manager for, been sitting in on the sidelines waiting for action.
Right.
So
Yeah.
action is here.
And I know Kelly and Greg and John from public health, so I was 18 months with the public health team.
Okay, so we are gonna talk about short-term rental fee schedule and our opportunities, options, and where we wanna end at the end of this meeting, right? Okay, floor is yours. Who's taking it on?
So here with another slideshow. So an update on the fee. I think first thing we want to start with is giving you guys the budget. So when this program was originally started, we had budgeted projected revenues to be at 300,000 and the expenses at 281,000 and some change. So when we're looking at fees, I think that budgeted expense, that is something we want to make sure that the fees cover. There is a potential to go up from there, but we want to make sure these expenses cover the software, cover the personnel, all of the different fees associated with running a program. So we thought that'd be the best place to start. Now we kind of want to get into some current STR data. We've been monitoring properties through our software Rentalscape, and we currently know that there are 316 active STR properties. The home valuation is there on the left, and you can see that there are a majority of STR activity in the $250,000 to $500,000 range, and then the others the $1 million to $10 million range.
That is a big range.
Yeah, a lot of properties in there. We do have some under the 250,000, and so I wanted to give you just a current breakout of what we're seeing with STR activities and the assessed home value. Now, what we were
I didn't know we had any properties that were valued at $250,000.
Yeah, really,
I
where
didn't
are
find
they?
that.
Yeah, they're Inns at Aspen, Redstone,
Okay.
so there are a couple spread out, not many.
The chicken house out back.
You know.
So,
In at Aspen?
Redstone, yeah.
so with that, we then wanted to use the information we had to start building out some assumptions with the fees. We believe that not all 316 of those will come in for a license. There will be some sort of reduction, either those that no longer want to operate as a short-term rental because of the licensing program, some that decide it's not worth it financially for whatever reason. So
Some that go underground, which would be
That
quite a
too.
few.
15% or so?
it's a 15% reduction, yeah.
Yeah, that may be a little optimistic. I think.
Yeah, well, it's, hard with the numbers. This is obviously for year one. As we go forward, we've gotten a blueprint essentially to be able to replicate this with more accurate data. So in the fee assumptions, we ran with that 271 properties with all of the valuations you have here. And as far as fee structures, there's really two different options that we wanted to present to this group. The first was an annual license fee that would be paid in every time they go for their first license or renewal after that. It would be broken up into 3 different tiers. Each tier category is based on number of nights rented. So a tier 1 category would be those renting from 60 to 120 nights. Tier 2 is at 30 to 60 nights. And tier 3 is operating less than a month. Within each of those, we would propose a percentage that would be charged. Obviously, the tier 1 would have the highest percentage on their home valuation to come out with what that fee total is. And then tier 3 would be a lower percentage. So somebody operating, say, just 2 weeks out of the year with a relatively low valued home, they wouldn't be paying the large scale that, say, a $10-20 million home operating for a full 120 nights would. So that is one option that we could go. The other option that we have is a flat fee structure. Again, taking that about $300,000 in expenses, dividing that by the 271 properties, the flat fee would come out to a little over $1,000. There's benefits and drawbacks in each of those. The tier is a little more equitable to those that aren't renting for the full 3 months that they're allowed to, and those that have maybe a smaller home value. But the flat fee structure spreads that burden across everybody equally. And so those are really kind of the 2 options that we recommend to you for consideration. I can get into the next slide and talk kind of about projected revenue on that first fee, tiered fee structure, but just want to see if there's any questions so far.
You said 3 months, you meant 4, right?
4, yes, sorry.
It's 4 months.
I have a question. So if I come in and I'm gonna do tier 2, and I actually rent 80 days, is there a
Violation,
I rent
yeah.
20 days? Is there like I can ask for or we find it that they rented more, we can call them and say, hey, and there's a percentage, now you have to increase your fee. I mean, so, because I don't want people coming and go, I'm only gonna rent for 20, and they're actually renting for 120.
Yeah.
And then be able to say, I got to pay this lower value. But, so we're gonna have a way to track that?
That is, we have software that currently monitors the number of total nights and STRs rented in a term. And so we would periodically go through and verify, do they have a license, and are they renting within the approved or selected terms? And so anybody that is renting in that case over what they said they were, we would then make them pay the difference in that fee, in that license fee. So we would find what they paid originally versus what they should have paid, and then the difference will be, we'll reach out to them to get that.
And how are we gonna establish the different percentages?
That's on the next one that we'll talk about. Yeah, just wanted to make sure.
But I do want to add that if we do find that they have violated that, if the software tells us that they're renting more, then there's also going to be a penalty for the time and the structure. So,
Really?
yeah.
But, I mean, what if something happened and they had
They
to
can
leave
call
town
us.
and rent their house out?
What if they got bumped up to the next level?
Yeah, I mean.
Can I just, yeah, I think what we're talking about, and unless I may have missed something, but is if they're paying at a lower tier, so for example, they said, hey, I'm only gonna rent for 19 days. And it turns out they rented, that would put them in the additional tier. We'd be collecting that difference for the previous year before a new license would be issued. So
But
it's
not
what
an
they-
additional penalty on top of that.
No.
Great.
So they get bumped up to the next level.
Yeah.
Sorry. Try, Kelly.
Okay.
Kelly, go ahead.
When you're talking about percent, are you talking about how you're calculating the percentage of market value? Because I don't understand how that's
Yeah.
being.
Well, we can,
Can,
You'll get
can I
to
ask
that.
Yeah.
before you go into
Yeah,
that,
that's fine.
just regarding home valuation or number of rooms? Like, does number of rooms play into it, or as I'm thinking, the actual cost to the community, if you want to call it that, in terms of the necessity for housekeeping and people coming and going, I'm guessing it goes up not based on home valuation, but based on number of bedrooms. And
Kelly
there's
has
a
a
correlation there, but I'm not
Yeah.
certain about it.
Do you have a comment to that,
And
Kelly?
well, let me finish.
Wait, wait.
Finish, and that-
Okay,
yeah.
so my next question was, are you firm on the 60 to 120 and the 30 to 60, or could that change a bit? Could it go from 80 to 120 and 45 to 80, and, I'm just
Right.
wondering how flexible is this as you're trying to figure it out? I don't know
Well, I mean,
what's
it's
better.
a discussion now. I mean, that we'll vote on, decide on that, hopefully
For
today.
the initial thing.
But,
Okay.
yeah, it's just
So we're deciding this today.
Well,
However, we're going to learn a lot, right? I mean, there's a lot of data that we don't have. And my
Yeah.
sense is that what will happen is we will have to make adjustments to this once we go through our first year and our next year. This is our best sense of how to divide it up right now. Sorry to cut in front of you, Kelly.
And I just want to clarify, because this is just covering the cost to process. There's no there's no mitigation
No.
Right.
effort. So the number of bedrooms and all of that,
Isn't even part of it
impact
yet.
to the community, isn't even part of it. Which on one hand, you could argue if it's one application, why do we not just treat it evenly? And on the other hand, we're not mitigating, so the home value may not play a role there, right?
One of the analyses, I mean, kind of where
Question,
we
yeah.
got to as a percent of market value is there is a correlation. No correlation is 100%, but there is a correlation between a nightly rent charge for an STR and the value of the property. And this, roughly knocked it into depending on what tier, if you're in a full tier, anywhere from a night to a night and a half, depending on the property value. So there seemed to be some equity or fairness by doing it that way. And so that's why we did it as a percent of market value. Whereas if you do a flat fee and you have a property, it may not be valued as much. It may take you 5 nights,
Sure.
to get that same. Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. And I do think, in the future, questions about home size and those types of
Number
things
of
might matter.
bedrooms to me would be an obvious, because a
I'm
bedroom,
waving at you.
And I would say we are tracking
Maybe.
bedroom and bathroom count with
Okay.
the software, so that is something in the future we could bring back.
got it, okay.
Francie?
So do they all have to have their houses appraised?
No, it's under the assessor's
it's in-
office.
Yeah.
in the
So are we
assessment.
talking about the assessed value or the market value?
It's the market value that the assessor uses, and then that's multiplied by, the
Whatever their,
number to
whatever
get
their
the assessed. But,
equation is.
and so it will be lagging, right? And it'll be lower, but the goal is to proportionally cover the
Comparable.
cost of
Yeah, I
administering
understand.
the
Okay,
program.
great, thank
Yep.
you.
One last question just
Wait,
about.
wait, it's my, just
your
real quick on that, it's my understanding that the assessor's information is easily accessed, so it's not like it's gonna bog down the process of filing for
Right,
a license,
right.
just so everybody knows that.
So the budget we're raising is 300,000, the actual cost is 280. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of wiggle room there, and I'm just wondering if we want to be more comfortable with,
I think on the next slide, we'll show
Okay.
where there is a little wiggle room
Got
on
it.
that tier,
I
different
was
tiers.
thinking about our 34%, cushion that we have, or whatever it is.
16 and a half is
No,
the-
it's mandated 16, but we are usually higher than that, right?
Yeah.
So, just
And
want to
we
make
have a
sure.
limit on the permit number,
Okay,
right?
all right, that's enough. You can go to the next slide. Thanks.
I do see John's raised his hand online as well.
Oh, I don't, yeah, I'm not getting that.
Yeah.
John Ely, I'm not getting you, but now I got you, because it wasn't pulled up there, but now it is. I need to be able to see who's on the meeting, so, John, please.
It's like a Star Wars character,
Yeah, it does.
Like a
a
hologram.
hologram,
Can't hear you, John.
early hologram. I heard him a moment.
Hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear
Yeah.
you, we got, turn it, thank you.
No, I just wanted to throw something out in regard to the wiggle room that Greg just mentioned. And as far as the attempt to get a fee structure that is precise to the cost of program operations, there is no requirement that the fee cannot be changed at any point in time. So if we start to fall behind the curve, so to speak, the number of applications aren't coming in at the pace or in the number that we're anticipating, we can simply raise the fee. Or if we're receiving more applications than we anticipated, we can reduce the fee. We can make continual fee adjustments whenever Jeanette wants to, as the administrator of the code.
Whoa, there you
Depending
go.
on-
There's your wiggle room.
There you have it. Thank
So
you.
don't make the assumption that we're stuck with a fee structure for some arbitrary period of time, like
A year.
a year or a license term or something like that.
Got
Okay,
it.
thank you.
So if you get in the weeds, Jeanette gets into the weeds and needs help, and you need to hire somebody, we can make that work. Thank you.
And
Okay,
there is,
but-
go ahead, Cindy.
Oh, just real quickly to Kelly's point earlier, there are things that we said we wanted to know and that we would study. And so those are kind of the work program aligned with this. We haven't forgotten that we want to look at the impacts of affordable housing or carbon, impacts in terms of the maintenance of these homes and that type of thing. So we have that list from your last meeting, and that's part of the review as we move forward. But this is just getting the licensing off the,
And the possible
Off
violation
to
issues, if
start.
we see a redundancy in parking, or, yeah. So we
Right.
need to know, we need to hone in on that more, those kind of things. Okay. Are we good to move to,
Yeah, I just wanted to propose that as you're doing this, look at a bedroom multiplier, because I keep thinking that'll, when we earlier discussed, can we actually put a tax on this that would actually help mitigate affordable housing needs for the housekeepers?
so you're thinking about reflecting what the
Down the
city's
road.
looking at? I think we should let the city vet that one out, and we can keep our eye on them.
That is a great idea.
But
I like that idea.
after we go through this first year, and this is something we can bring back, whether we want to do an impact fee study to look at a rational nexus, and then we can determine, as the basis, is that rational nexus bedrooms, is it square foot, what is it? And looking at adding those fees in. John Ely, we probably need to chat about, I assume it'd have to meet the test of a impact fee to do those sorts of things, but we'll have a lot better information after this first year
The
of
living
licensing to
document.
look at that.
It's 2020, right?
What happens with the taxes that they collect on the units? Is that like a sales tax, it's sort of a lodging tax, but it'd be sales tax and would just go into our general fund for sales
We
tax
already
revenue?
collect a sales tax on,
So
Or are we gonna
the
earmark
sales-
any of that for somehow for managing the program?
No, the licensing fees will be what's used to manage the program. We currently collect sales tax, particularly as if it comes through any of the major, like VRBO or Airbnb or those sorts of things. We are capturing those revenues through the state already. And they're going in to address service needs, just like any other sales taxpayer.
Okay.
did you guys I heard something about Airbnbs and whatever, the company, they're now looking at focusing or marketing 30-day plus rentals, longer term. So I think it's a way to get around the short term. It'll be interesting to see
It
how
would.
that pans out.
They have some other news that came out this last week from Airbnb too. Did you see it?
Yeah, prohibiting party houses.
Right.
Yeah, no party houses.
So
That's
what's their
right.
definition of a party house? Kelly, you have a lot of parties at your house.
We all look to Kelly for
I
that.
don't short-term rent. Hey.
These are short-term parties.
Yeah, that's right. They're having a no party policy.
Well, I was just thinking, what the best,
interesting.
the organizations best suited to help solve some of the problems that are created by short-term rentals are the short-term rental companies. They've got the databases and they've got the whole system set up. What if we could convince them to go into the affordable housing business along with, so when they're looking at doing over 30 days, I'm thinking, yes, this is leading in the right direction.
Let's get them to 6 months.
Let's get them to
There's
6
nothing
months
that
and a
prohibits
year,
them from
and
doing
let's
over 30
let's
days
let's get them
anyway.
helping with mitigating
just
the
focusing on
problems
that
that are
now.
caused by the short-term rentals. Maybe
I
there's
would love that. I would welcome you to any number of the stakeholder conversations that I've been a part of with VRBO and Airbnb and others on a variety of topics that people around the state are trying to tackle. And it has been, really hard. We have made very little progress. I think VRBO has been a better faith partner than Airbnb on some of this stuff. But, they're not, they are not throwing themselves into being
Sure.
a solution.
It's affecting their
maker
bottom
in some
lines
of
pretty
this.
dramatically,
Yeah,
though.
it's been tough. And
Since that one meeting I went to, I haven't seen how to get there. Is it to that, remember the meeting that I went to that was with the Denver and people and stuff and on short-term rentals? And is that still going on, that group that you were with then?
It's in a little bit of a pause because we submitted our report to the legislature after that conversation. But, yeah, happy to talk more about that. But this, we tried to get
Haven't gotten
legislation
anywhere.
passed just to even allow Pickens County to ask the platforms to give us data. Like, we can't even get the tax data that
Right.
they're remitting on our behalf to the state to audit it against what our licensees will tell us. Just basic stuff. They've been really, really.
They're gonna fight it every
hard.
step of the way,
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, so.
Both
Information on the
organizations?
Yeah. VRBO wants to do a pilot project with Summit County, where they will pull listings down for people that they complain about. Which is, it's like, why is this a pilot? Like, to pull people who aren't licensed, who are publicizing on VRBO. And it's like, gosh, how is this a pilot? Like, you're already doing this
Let's
in
just do
other jurisdictions that require you to do it, so what are you learning from it? They're not learning anything from it.
look like
They're
trying
just
to get a
dragging their feet.
little- Yeah,
Yeah.
it's really tough. But I agree with you, and I'm trying to still be at the table.
Thank
And I
you.
welcome you, I want you to
I'll
be at
come
the
with
table.
you.
Getting
Yeah,
back
let
to
me
fee
know.
structure.
Yeah.
The next slide that shows us.
Yeah. So I think
Sorry.
the helpful thing for this next
Don't get me
slide
started.
is to know
Joycey.
on the right side, really either the 0.05 or 0.04 is where we would want that tier 3 fee rate to be. We have 274 properties.
Oh, go back.
274 properties and the valuation there at just over 600 million. We want tier 3 to cover the cost of the program. So if you see there, the very far right gets to 249,000, not fully covering the program. If that is the tier structure that you guys decide, there could be some supplemental from the general fund to cover that in a scenario where all 274 are only renting for 30 days or less. I don't suspect that to be the case, but we want to just make sure that this program is covering itself. Then from there, as you work your way to the left, that would then be the tier 2 and tier 1 structures. So you could start at 0.05, tier 2 would be 0.06, tier 1 would be 0.07, or you could go 0.04 over. So that's kind of where we want the discussion to be. What is the floor, and then what's the increase afterwards? A suggestion that I would throw out there would be starting at that 0.05 and then doing a increase to 0.07 for tier 1.
So tier 1 is the highest.
Tier 1 would be the highest.
So tier 3 would be 0.05, tier 2 would be 0.06, and tier 3 would be 0.07.
Correct. Yep.
And the revenue then generated, if we did, that total would be for 136,000?
That would be if all 274 properties come in
Oh,
at
tier
tier 3. So
three.
that would be the high end, right? We're assuming the low end is that everybody's coming in for less than 30 days. Again, I don't suspect that, but just in a worst case scenario, we want the revenue generated to cover the cost of the program.
Am I mistaken in, if it's a $1.5 million value property, that's $105,000?
I think you're missing a decimal.
So
point
how
there.
do we do this? Not 0.06 of the value?
Be 0.0006.
Oh, 0.00, yeah,
Yeah.
okay, phew.
Yeah.
You say, that's a lot.
Be
Missing a
about
zero.
1,000.
Yeah, no, I'm missing two
this is a
decimal
decimal.
places.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kelly.
I have a question. This is probably for John Ely. It's a generic question about fees. What happens if you over collect in a fee structure?
You thinking Tabor-ish issue?
Yeah.
You mean, what time frame? I'm sorry, Kelly. Could you explain what the scenario you're thinking of?
Yeah, say we set this and we collect 374,000, but the, cost of the program is 300,000. Is there any consequence to the county? How close do we have to get? I guess is what I'm
Kind
wondering.
of a question of degree. You
Can you
don't
turn him
have
up,
to verify necessarily. That is not a requirement of the law. The idea in the law is that the fee is designed to pay for the cost of the program that the fee is associated with, which means all aspects of the program. But it is not to be used as a cash source, so to speak, for the organization as a whole, for the county as a whole. So taking money out of the fees generated for this program can't be used, for example, on some other need that the general fund might have. So
I want to ask you a question
what
about
you
that.
need to do is realize that given that limitation, and that's the limitation for fees in general across the board anyway, that you need to adjust those fees periodically in order that you're not using it to generate fees or generate, a pot of money that's just sort of sitting there. So, if you adjust it no more than once a year or once every other year or something like that, I think you're going to be fine. And the life of the program is indefinite. So, that the fee structure changed on a more of let's say a longer term is going to balance out over the life of the program or the duration of the program, which is, without limitation or without end, the way it's currently set up. So I wouldn't worry about missing the target too much. My caution earlier was if you miss the target and you're low, you don't want to have to backfill with general fund money necessarily. I mean, I guess that concern isn't as great these days as it has been in the past, but you don't want to. I was thinking you might not want to be in that position, and you should go a little bit more conservative to make sure that you can cover the cost of the program, as opposed to.
Because then we might be forced to come back in 6 months and raise the fee. So John Peacock, I know that you wanted to add
Yeah,
to that.
and I think John covered it. We would account for that separately, and if there were a surplus, Kelly, we could take that into account. Depending, we maintain different surpluses on fee-based services, depending on, what the nature of the run out is. And so I wouldn't anticipate we'd need a large surplus necessarily here, but if that were the case, we'd account for it separately and probably reduce the fees to account for that in the next year.
Just want to ask if I could, John, about the where's the line then between what's an actual fee associated with the project as you've described, as the administration of the program as you've described, versus, say, we want to start mitigating carbon or transportation or something like that that's completely tied to short-term rentals, but, it's slightly farther afield. If we say we really want to cover the costs of the actual cost to the community of these programs, how do we attach it to this fee?
The administrative charge, I would say, Greg, is not designed to cover for impacts generated by the activity that has been approved or licensed. So if we want to associate an impact fee that relates to impacts on infrastructure or demand for certain services or environmental degradation or any of those types of things, then I would say that we're probably going to be doing that through some sort of an impact fee that is required at the time of the issuance of the license.
Okay.
At this point in time, we'd only be throwing darts trying to figure out what that impact fee would be in the absence of having any data that would reflect it.
Okay, so then this fee could include marketing for the program, a public awareness campaign, which I think is going to have to be pretty significant. That's budgeted in. The research on these other questions, could that be paid for within the administration?
I don't know that we anticipated necessarily the studies that you're talking about in this 300,000. It really was about the initial software startup for identifying, tracking, issuing, staff,
And enforcement.
for issuing the licenses, enforcement, the outreach that you're talking about. We did not estimate a cost for, at this point, for example, for impact fee studies, which
Is the next step.
which is really the next step. And I think it, John Ely, unless you've seen something I haven't, or Cindy or anyone else, I haven't seen an impact fee study particular to SDRs yet. I think those are coming, and so that would be interesting. Yeah,
Well, I just wanted to encourage that we be prepared for that, and we prepare the public for that, because this is the beginning. This is just the administration fee, and we can all expect it to increase. And so I would say let's start a little higher than the absolute minimum, just to cover that, if we've got the flexibility that John mentioned. So there is a little bit of money there that.
And we also are in budget season or preparing for budget season, and so if that is something the board would like, we could include a line item in the short-term rental budget for some impact studies, and start preparing some of that so we can bring it back to you during
I
budget.
think Sydney wanted to add, Kelly, and then.
No, I was just going to say the impact fees are just getting started across the state, but the city has done a similar study, and they're working with the same consultants we're working on our economic review for growth. And so I think we're going to have some great data there in terms of the methodologies used, and then we'll have a better idea. But I think the idea here was the first year we'll gather all that data, and then we'll have the data to be able to plug in to determine if impact fees are warranted.
Great, thank you.
Kelly?
I want to support Greg's direction, and I would like to see it in the budget, because if, we'll be mid-year next year and ready to spend that money.
Yeah, because we did tell the public big point of this was to gather data, which is I think critical in determining impacts, determining costs to both the providers of STRs and for the county to administer the programs. So again, it's a living document and a living fee schedule. So back to the fee schedule, Greg, you mentioned, so right now it's estimated the cost is around $300,000. And so if we go with 0.05%, we're generating a wee bit over that. Or there was some wiggle room from 200 and something thousand to 311 actually almost doubles that wiggle room.
There'd be about $30,000 extra between year one cost and projected revenue brought in. And again, that's if all 274 properties rent 30 days or less. So that would cover you in the worst case scenario that the STR market really reduces to just 30 days or less. I think that sets the floor to be able to cover the cost, with the potential to go up in those cases where, different properties are renting out more than just that 30 days.
Okay, because understanding the equation, there's 3 points to the equation, right? There's the assessed valuation of the unit, this percentage, and then a multiplier of the time period.
It's those three different tiers are going to be
Right,
based
but
on
that's
time
the third
period. Yep.
multiplier, right? Like, it's
Yeah.
not, so the multiplier is 1, 2, or 3, or 2, 3, or 4. It's not.
It's not a
It's
multiplier.
not 30 days, or is it 22 days, or is it?
Right. So
How
when
do-
they're
what is
filling
that
out,
third number?
yeah, when they fill out their application, they're going to select which tier they're in, and then based on that, we would grab the equation here. So if they're in tier 3 because they're doing
Yeah,
30 days
got
or
it.
less, we grab home value times whatever that tier
So tier
3
one
rate.
at this point is 0.5, 0.05, 0.06%, 0.07%. That's how that would
Correct. Yep.
go. Okay.
How much more complicated would it be to do it just based on the number of nights rented? So somebody's at 119 versus, it's a per night deal. The tax is collected the same that
Yeah,
way.
for me, though, it would be the fairness. So I'm renting mine for 3 nights at $6,000 a night. Well, I'm renting mine at 3 nights for $60 a night. And a lot of that's based on the value of the property.
The challenge, I think, Greg, is that the license is issued before any rentals happen.
Right.
And so
So
there'd
I
have
don't
to be
know.
some reconciliation at the end of the day to get to a
Yeah.
real number,
I'd assume there'd have
which
to
would
be
be really, But we'd have to go back to every license holder and have that reconciliation and either write a check back or take more money, and if I'm understanding you correctly, on a per night basis. And administratively, I think that'd be really difficult.
And collections would
Yeah.
be really difficult.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna apply the next time around, what are you gonna do to me? Yeah.
I mean, we didn't put it up as a scenario, but one thing that I've been listening to all the public comments, and most of them came from Redstone, and one of the things that was proposed was that Redstone would be treated separately, since that's where the majority of the lower assessed properties are. So maybe you do consider, talking to Rentalscape and other platforms, rarely do they use this graduated scale. It's all flat fee in even resort areas, some in California and other areas. So you might want to increase the flat fee and then treat Redstone differently. I mean, that was one of the things in the public comment and all the readings that was brought up. A lot of residents in Redstone wanted something unique to their.
So in some ways,
community.
this is treating them differently just because of their property
Correct.
valuation.
Mhm.
And in other ways, we can still look at that down the line. I just want the fairness so that somebody who really and truly just rents it for X amount of nights because they want to pay their property taxes or their mortgage, or they want to, like people used to do in the old days, not make money off the system, aren't getting unfairly hit with a fee that
Right.
the big houses are like, yeah, we can pay that fee and 5 times that amount, and it's not
Right.
gonna impact our revenue source.
It's
So-
still though, there's, do you have the other graph? It's still a small impact in that bulk of rentals.
Yeah, but it's not as blatant as I think a flat fee would be.
True.
And the almost the top end is less than the recommended flat fee. I mean, it's like $900 or something. I mean, and some of them are like
Gosh, yeah.
$125. So I like this proposal. I think it makes a lot of sense to have the higher end properties pay a slightly higher percentage. It's not a lot more, but I mean,
Yeah.
we're looking for equity, and that's one way of getting there.
So do I see a consensus of the board? It doesn't have to come back to us for approval.
No.
You get the job of,
Question, are you proposing 5, 6, and 7, or 5, 7, and 8? Or, I'd consider 5, 7, and 8 personally.
Yeah, I think I'd recommend 5 being the minimum, whatever that increase, leaving that up to you, whether it's 5, 6, 7, 6, 7, 8, I mean, those kind of series, but making sure that, again, that 0.05% is covering the cost, so starting there would be my recommendation.
Right.
and so the percentage on your, go back to your, that gap, that blank would be 5 at the bottom, 6 and 7, or,
6
right?
and 7, correct, yep.
I'm comfortable with 5, 6, and 7, and let's see where it takes us. But it's really, we're just the advisory groups here.
We could change it. I mean, get through this first.
a chart that showed.
Yeah.
No, I didn't plug those in with that. That's kind of everything then on the fee. We also, just because we're here in front of you, wanted to answer some questions that we've heard from the public. And Jeanette, being, the manager of it, has really started to document what are those questions, outstanding items that the public's saying, and trying to provide some answers.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much the guidelines that John has put in. That answers most of the questions that have come up. I know there's been, we've heard from a lot of realtors and companies, so they're really, at the gates wanting all this information. So, I mean, those are just basically covering a lot of the questions. If there's anything else that that is of concern right now, we're definitely going to put a FAQ page on the website along with the general ordinance.
So if we start accepting applications effective date are September 15th, so that would be, the applicant could be received July 16th, but doesn't take effect till the 15th, and then the next renewal date would be September 15th of 2023.
Well, that was one discussion. After September 15th, then we would accept applications on a rolling basis. So it'd be from the day that their application would be approved, and then it would be a year from that.
So it would not be everybody, you wouldn't prorate it or whatever, so everybody came in on the 15th of 2023. It would be, it would self-stagger itself.
Right, exactly.
Nancy?
Do we have a requirement now with the hosting agencies, VRBO and those guys, that they has to have a license number in order to post on their sites?
That is a requirement of the ordinance that they have to post their license. VRBO and Airbnb do not require it. The software that we have, Rentalscape, monitors those websites and will report back if a license number is posted on their listings. If they are not, then they are found to be in violation, and we will know those that don't have their license posted, and that's when a follow-up conversation would need to happen of, do you have a license? If you do have a license, you also need to post it with the listing. If you don't, you need to go through the licensing process. But that is not done through Airbnb, VRBO. That's through Rentalscape, our monitoring software.
And there's no penalty initially. They just have a chance to rectify the situation
Correct.
initially. Okay.
And if they have a license and haven't posted it, that's a violation, which could revoke their license if they didn't remedy it within a certain time frame.
Correct.
So in other words, I have a license, but I'm not requiring that Airbnb post my license. And so we find that out, so we contact the license holder and say, you have to post your license, and you have 2 weeks or whatever time frame to remedy that and have your license posted. If you don't, then you're in violation, we can pull your license altogether.
Yeah, that seems weird that it's stricter to not post your license than to not have a license. A stricter penalty.
No, if you don't have a license, you're illegally operating and you don't get to do it, that's a violation.
Well, no, he said first you get the chance to get a license.
Well, but then if you don't, you
Right.
continue, then you don't get to.
It's the same process as a building permit. You have to have a building permit and a number, and so since we're using the same software to issue them, we're treating it the same.
So if you don't have a building permit in your building, you have a chance to go back and get a building permit?
But you also pay double the fees
Yeah.
of the building permit.
Penalties.
Yeah.
All right.
Then,
John Ely has his hand up.
Oh, John Ely, you have your hand up, that little yellow hand in the corner.
Next to
Sorry,
the
thanks,
Obi-Wan
Kelly.
Kenobi character.
It does look like
Doesn't I look like Obi-Wan?
You should see the lighting on your face. You definitely look out of Star Wars.
You look like you should be at Disneyland in the ghost house or something.
Anyway, yeah, the overall response to a violation and complaint is as Alex and Jeanette have just outlined, but the board can interject itself at any point in time if it feels that there has been something more egregious going on or wants to take a different step. The resolution of the license or the activity without having a license is up to the board to determine. And then I wanted to point out the effective date of the regulation is September 20. I don't know if that makes a difference, but I heard
Okay.
the
The
15th.
22nd or the 20th?
we will make sure all the information has that correct date.
Thanks, John.
There was a date after passage, something was figured that way, 90 days or
50
whatever.
days
it was.
after.
Okay. Next.
I think the next one, we might just quickly go over this, that the application process will be through ComDev's Permit and Application System, Sage's Gov. We recommend any members of the public listening in to go ahead and to our community development page, and you can create an account. The license application will not be available until the 15th, but feel free to go ahead and get an account set up so you're ready to go once that is live on production. A lot of these different pieces are just things that will be required during the application process. There are different fields that can be entered, files that can be uploaded, and we'll really take this and put it in a how-to document, frequently asked questions, and provide a lot of that on the short-term rental webpage. But just quickly to kind of recap all of this.
And we'll do some public noticing in the paper. Okay.
And that is everything.
You guys have done a lot of work in the last
Question
little while.
about the complaint system, like neighbor complaints. How is that gonna be handled? Say you've got a bad apple, doing everything wrong, and the neighbors are upset. How do
Having
they-
parties.
How do they get recourse?
Well, so one requirement is that they need to post their license. The Airbnb or whatever's renting needs to have that license posted so it's visible from the road. So any member of the public, in theory, can go and find the license visible. They can call in to Jeanette and file that complaint. And then I think we'll kind of work through what that looks like. Not really knowing exactly how it's going to look. Maybe something similar to the current code enforcement process that we have, where somebody goes out on site, gathers all the information, from there recommends a path to rectify the situation or potentially bring it before this group if a license needs to be revoked.
Somebody from staff goes out on site,
Yes, that we have a code enforcement
not a
member
snitching neighbor.
We budgeted for enforcement and a vehicle.
and a vehicle, correct.
Okay, so John Ely, your Obi-Wan hand is up again.
Digging that. So the code that you adopted has a specific enforcement provision, which has a initial referral to the code administrator or the licensing authority, as it's called in the regulation, that's Jeanette. She then can contact the representative of the license holder. That can be the property owner or a manager or something like that, and have them address the problem that's come up in the substance of a complaint. And if that has been remedied, then there's a follow-up with the complaining party and with the license holder to make sure that that has, been solved, that problem has been taken care of. If the problem persists, then it gets referred to the county attorney's office or to the licensing authority, to Jeanette, to determine if there's substance with the complaint. So not all complaints will be determined to be of a substantial occurrence that involves any type of response. In other words, if it seems that the complaint is without merit, then it doesn't have to go any further. If there is a determination that the complaint does have merit, then there'll be a hearing in front of the county's hearing officer to determine whether or not the substance of the complaint amounts to a violation of the license or a violation of any county code, including this one. If that determination by the hearing officer is found that there is a violation, then the matter is referred to the BOCC for a action on the license. And that action can be a suspension or a revocation entirely, or no action at all, but we're gonna watch you for a probationary period or something like that. If the property owner wants to appeal the determination of the hearing officer, then at the time that it's brought to the BOCC for determination of what action to take on the license, that appeal can be handled at the same time. The appeal is handled de novo by the board. In other words, not based upon a record in front of the hearing officer, and the board is free to make any determination that feels appropriate based upon the allegations of the complaint and the response of the license holder. The county also has the latitude to bring a fine, a civil fine action in county court, wherein a judge may assess a penalty based upon the violation. And that is apart from any hearing officer action. Any fine that is ordered by the judge, which is a maximum of $1,000 per violation and every day which constitute a new violation, that fine would be remitted to the county treasury. In addition to that, if the board determines that there is still a problem with the property that's not being addressed either through the licensing or the penalty, the civil penalty aspect, then an independent action can be brought by the county in district court for any additional relief that might be appropriate. And that would be, say, for example, an injunction or some other requirement. So that's the way a complaint would be handled, Craig, when something comes through the door.
Okay, thanks. It sounds like that could take a long time to go through the whole process. I was just thinking, say you have a place that rents for $20,000 a night, they're in violation, the $1,000 fee is just a cost of doing business, and they keep going to spite, the rules, what happens then? It goes into this process with an injunction that could take months, years? How long does something?
It would be relatively quick. Injunctive relief from the court is fast. The first step of that is a temporary restraining order, which is heard immediately on the court's docket. It's good for 10 days, and then you get an immediate setting for a preliminary injunction.
Okay, thank you.
And that relief would be relatively easy for the
Hope we don't
court
have to do
to
that.
afford based upon a license revocation that has already occurred by the BOCC for violations or non-conforming action to some aspect of the county code or the license issued, if there was a license.
Thank you. If I could, last thing I was just thinking is
Can I
that.
just comment on this?
Oh, sure, go ahead. Yeah,
Yeah,
different
I
topic.
just would say this is expressly why it would be so helpful for the platforms to be our partners in enforcement. Routt County doesn't allow short-term rentals, and they have had a really difficult time, like just getting advertisements taken down for units in their county.
They've had a really hard time enforcing their,
I guess the next thing
Really?
is just what can you say about how we do going forward? I'm really concerned that this is framed properly with the public and that we're really transparent about the reason we're doing this and where it's going with fees and with, we don't want to appear onerous. We want to appear like we're trying to solve a fundamental problem that faces the community. I think positioning and framing of this is going to be really important. So I'm hoping your communications lady who's not in the room anymore, will be part of that in a big way. That's super important.
Yeah, and the city's already has an ordinance, so we're gonna be.
Can you speak just a
working
little
with-
bit louder?
Oh, we're gonna be working with the city because they've already launched it. They've already been having a program, so, how did they get the word out in community involved with them?
Thank
the
you.
city just passed their,
Yeah.
a week ago.
Yeah.
But they've had a licensing program in place for years,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay,
I'm out of questions.
Kelly, are you
Thanks,
good?
Jeanette.
I'm very grateful to everyone in this room for
I think it's a very
this program.
creative way to do a fee schedule, and I appreciate it, because I think the bottom line that we started this was an issue of fairness too. And I think that this just follows through on that.
Yeah, I think we want to have it fair and not onerous. We want people to come in and get their licenses because we want to get the data and don't want them going underground with their business, which creates another set of problems for us.
I also think we'll be hearing from people who do follow the process and are doing the right thing. They're aware of those that aren't following the process. And so that's gonna be an issue of fairness for them. And we may be hearing of properties that go underground, and it's not like they aren't renting above ground, so we'll see what happens there. All right, we're good. Thank you.
Actually, I do have one last thing. Is when does Redstone come back into the discussion? You've suggested that Redstone is different, and I can understand that.
Well, they'll be on this this graduated fee, so we'll see. what
Yeah,
they
that
come-
works. Okay.
We
Yeah,
are
we'll-
trying to have a discussion with Redstone, with the consultant. We're working, I think, ComDev, with the consultant, or the other consultants. or-
Must be a different consultant, but the board did express that you will be going back within the year to work with Redstone very specifically on their
We said
situation.
this summer.
That's what
We
I
said
thought.
the end of
Did you say
December.
this
Yeah, we
early
didn't say
fall.
within a year, though.
No, she said by the end of the year.
Yeah.
That's what Cindy said.
Well, we have been talking to John about it. Right.
We're gonna have to figure that out. Yep, I know.
But
we
we're
got a
trying to
lot
find a time frame where we can go to Redstone and have a public meeting before the end of the year, hopefully by late summer, early fall, was the goal. But we have to figure out the process and when Redstone would like us to be there. They would like us to be there tomorrow, and
Or
we are busy.
maybe yesterday.
Yeah. All right, we're good? Thank you, guys. We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
So the board is scheduled for a 15-minute break. Shall we take it now
Yeah.
and come back
Let's take it.
at,
We don't really have anything left, though, because we already did this, the
What's that?
next thing on the agenda, we already did, right?
yeah, but
So we don't have much. Get future agendas.
Do we want to just keep moving with future agendas?
Let's take a break.
Okay.
If the board's good with that, we can do that. I just have a call I need to make here before the banks close, so.
All right, 3:20?
No, we're not gonna take a break, we're gonna move.
Oh,
Thank
we
you.
are?
Wants to
we're
keep
plowing
I
moving.
thought
through.
Steve just said he needed a break and.
I need a quick break. 5 minute, 5 minute. Hey, we're just
We're
following
gonna
the
take a
schedule.
10-minute
This means we
break.
need a break.
We're gonna get it through the county attorney's
Okay.
office before we do.
Thank you.
And I'll make Welcome back. Today is Tuesday, July the 5th. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session. We are getting towards the end of our meeting. The next item on our agenda is future agendas.
Yeah, and I do know from last time we owe the board several future agenda items. We've not gotten those all scheduled at this point, and I do not have any additional updates for you
Okay,
at this
so
point.
if you have anything you want me to consider on Thursday, you're not coming Thursday, right? Agenda meeting at
I think I
Home
will be there, actually.
Team? Okay, well then maybe we can
Or
look at
maybe I
some-
won't be there.
Well, I won't be there if that helps you.
I will be there if that helps you, and we're gonna run it by the county attorney's office, who will be there also. So yeah, John, if there's any, let's keep me in the loop.
Okay.
Does the board have any future agenda items?
I'm sure mine are on your list. I won't be here in person on the 19th. I'm sorry to say. I will be in New Jersey and joining on Zoom.
New Jersey.
My dad's having cataract surgery, and I'm helping him pack up his house because he is selling it and moving.
To Florida?
No, he's not moving to Florida. He's
Oh.
moving closer to the beach in New Jersey,
Oh.
which I'm thrilled about.
Well, that's a big deal.
Yeah, it is a big deal.
Don't let your dad lift after his cataract surgery.
And I won't be here on the 27th. I'll
Oh,
be
you
at Wolf
won't be here on
meetings.
the 28th either.
I will not be here on the 28th for the picnic.
So, and I won't be here on the 28th for the picnic. So I need the three of you who will be here for the picnic to present. I'm gonna, John, instead of just having me, I'm gonna allow the three who are gonna be there to say a few words. How's that?
That's perfect.
How do you guys feel okay with that?
We'll eat your hamburger.
You can have my hamburger, because I'll be eating fine dining at someplace on the way back from Denver on the next day. I don't know where.
I had taken myself off for next Tuesday back in May, but it looks like I'm going to be here next Tuesday.
Because Tuesday is Tuesday we're doing interviews.
Yeah, I'll be here.
I was gonna just bring that up because I noticed you said you were gonna be gone on the day we're doing the interviews.
Right, yeah, no,
I was hoping you would be.
I've canceled my away plan.
Okay, anything else for future agendas? Seeing nothing, I'm gonna move us to open discussion. Mr. Peacock.
Yeah, and this is, I think, a follow-up from last time. We do have the CCI legislative issues deadline, I think is this Friday. Kelly, I know you had mentioned helping with that. I don't know if we want to take a few minutes and discuss. I'm kind of assuming Rhett is on there, because we always put it on there. But
I made
wasn't
some
sure.
notes too for
Yeah,
Rhett.
and
Maybe
we-
I'll try and, lying in bed one night, I finally got up and wrote some things down. I'll see if I can get them off to you.
We have our previous write-ups on that, so that should be fairly easy, but I wasn't sure if there were other items that, Kelly, we should be coordinating.
Is there anything else
on.
So I'd like a little discretion from the board if they support this, but I'm having conversations with housing advocates who have been talking, for years about trying to have the legislature put together an ongoing working group on housing issues. This was a recommendation that came out of a 2018 stakeholder process that was statewide and had about 30 different housing advocates at the table, all from homelessness solutions to supportive housing, affordable housing, workforce housing. And so there is a proposal floating around to convene this group and identify who would be appointed by the legislature to such an advisory group. I'm kind of fleshing out if that's if going through CCI as a priority bill is the best way, or not. And I wanted to see if you guys would support that and it would essentially be, calling on this group to work with the Division of Housing and DOLA and to put together a strategic plan, report out every year on what funding has been spent in what programs to the legislature, identifying how the distribution of funds has happened around the state, things like that.
Didn't we have one of those in the past at some point?
It's been
Maybe it was a short-term advisory
Yeah.
group or something?
There was, for the ARPA
Yeah.
funds, there was the.
I'm thinking way back.
Okay, but there was that recent group that just was
Yeah.
looking at how to spend the ARPA funds. They've now, been disbanded.
you were part.
I wasn't part of
You were
What's
part of
the,
that.
what would be the alternative to running it through CCI as a possible
Just
mechanism?
other advocacy groups
Like
would,
CCAT
would
or-
work with CCAT or Housing Colorado or the Coalition for the Homeless. And that's part of what I'm trying to flesh out is who in that group is already taking the lead on that, and if it makes sense for CCI to take it on as a priority or not. And I haven't gotten answers to all those questions, and so that's why if we support doing it and those conversations with the advocates encourage it, then I would propose it for Friday, because it's due on Friday.
I think we should throw
But
it
if
out there.
not, then I wouldn't
I
do
think
that.
to go ahead and submit it,
Yeah.
because it's easy enough to pull it off if you say,
Yeah, I just don't want to like
you have to do
step
is
on
say,
people's
"There's
toes
these
if
two
people
other
are
groups."
already
Yeah.
like
two other
leading in
groups are
front on
already
it.
doing
you
this,
know.
CCI really doesn't need to do it,
Yeah.
we wanna pull it off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
But
if you
we
feel
need to get it
comfortable,
on the plate if we want them to consider it at all,
yeah,
you know.
yeah.
yeah, if you feel
But only if
comfortable,
our
I move it
group
forward.
Support if this board supports it being one of Pickens, because we would also be promoting it as our priority, one of our priority bills for CCI to consider.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
I can't think of anything else that jumps, of course, housing always jumps in there, but so does rent, so it's perfect.
Well, I always want to see an examination or at least a tightening of the building codes, energy codes, whenever we're discussing housing on a statewide level. It's the only way we're going to make a difference. If we go out with a full court press to build a lot of crappy heat losing, energy sucking housing, I think that's going to really be a bad thing because it'll last 50 or 75 years.
And some of the places that need it the most don't even have housing codes, building
Don't
codes.
have any.
Don't
Right.
have any building codes,
Right.
and they're so proud of it.
Right, but I think an energy code attached to that would be something I would campaign for and get behind 100%.
I'd support you on that for sure.
And it seems to always get thrown out the window. Like that's the first thing that gets tossed. Oh, it's just too, we can't think about that now, so let's build another generation of bad housing.
Yeah, I think it's very much a part of the dialogue. I think it's separate from requiring all jurisdictions to have an energy building code, but it's very much a part of the affordable housing conversation.
Right.
Yeah.
I think there's seven climatic zones in the state that they consider, but you could create a blanket, building code that could help cover
They have those
from
for
the coldest to
plants
the
also,
warmest.
you do know that.
I just want to be clear though, are you talking about energy efficient, like
Energy efficient
the
building.
use of housing dollars for energy efficient building, or are you talking about a statewide building code for energy efficiency?
I think a building code for any housing, so nothing's excluded, is what I would push for. But I'd consult you on that, because I'm not sure.
You mean for housing projects, for
Whether it's an affordable housing project or any.
He's
there
talking
are
about all
minimum
statewide.
Saying across the
building
board.
code.
Standards.
Yeah.
All housing.
building codes?
Yeah.
Talking about
Yeah.
building codes?
He's talking
Yes,
about
that would definitely be something
a
I would
statewide-
support big time.
At CCI this past winter, there was a great misunderstanding or total lack of knowledge of what heat pumps do and why they are so efficient and how they work to heat and cool houses. That there's a whole segment of the state out there who
Don't know and don't want to
thinks
know.
you need natural gas to do these different things,
And then there's the international building codes and energy codes that most jurisdictions who are into doing the right things adopt those, and then like in our case, we adopted and then tweaked it up higher when it came to energy. So that's something the state may fall back and say, why would we want to do it when there's already these international building codes that places.
Well, the reason I bring it up is when you read about the company starting in Buena Vista, this guy's going to scale up. He's going to build 1,000 modulars a year as his goals, but crank out 1,000. Somebody else, I think in Grand Junction, is talking about tooling up to really answer affordable housing needs. But if they're building a 1970s heat-leaking trailer that will be on site for 65 years, we're going to lose
Careful, mine's a 67, so I don't
Yeah,
qualify
yours is
for
older than that, right?
Well, that's why I went to that company in Grand Junction to see what they
Right,
were
to see
doing.
what they're up to.
Such a cool place.
Yeah,
Well, look at this tiny house community they have in Rifle now, right up I-70.
and some of them are doing it. Some of
It
them
came
are
about, and I
doing
don't
it,
know
yeah.
what their energy, but, it
it
they're
seems like-
using that for affordable
yeah.
housing units, and we can't even get some communities to adopt it, like Pickens County still doesn't have a tiny home code.
The guys in
Energy
Buena
efficient or
Vista
not.
hadn't contemplated energy efficiency when they were tooling up to build there, and this is in a cold part of Colorado. You know,
When they
Remember
find-
last year's retreat at Rafto when I was saying, well, if we're going to do this huge, now it's called the Regional Transportation Center, we need to consider how it's going to be, blah, blah, blah. And there was a little bit of pushback because, well, that's not what we do. We put people on buses to get them out of their cars. And I was like, yes, but can do this also. Like Google, when they built their campus, that's not their specialty, building
Right.
zero emission buildings, but they did it anyway. And yeah, it's amazing that it just continually falls by the wayside.
Well, until you build 1,000 modulars and you can't bring them into communities because they have higher energy codes, then you learn your lesson.
Yeah.
Because retrofitting that is much more difficult than
Much more
building it right
expensive,
to
yeah.
begin with. So I don't know how you want to incorporate that into, I think Steve's right, trying to get something like that through CCI.
It'd be
Gonna
really
be
hard.
interesting.
Put CC4CA and CCAT on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I do, so Division of Housing regulates modular home standards, and I know it's very much on theirs. So I'll vet out if there's like a legislative need there
That'd
to
be
get
great.
that done, but.
That'd be very helpful.
I know-
CC4CA,
Yeah, I
I'd love
feel
to
like
hear
it's
too.
in that space of conversation of keeping them affordable and equity, and inclusion and like costs of energy are very much.
When we were talking
Part of
about
that.
a CCI meeting online a couple of months ago, I said, I'm just really amazed that there are counties that don't have building codes. And this lady says, I guess we're just some of the deplorables.
That was her
You
vote.
said, I agree with you.
I could have.
It's, that,
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
having their
yeah.
own problems with that. People can't get mortgages, to build, like,
Because they
there's-
don't have
yeah,
codes?
because they don't have building codes. I mean, there's other forces at work. I would say, my sense of the focus from like our friendly organizations is to try and get the WUI building code, through this year as a priority.
Yep.
That almost got to the finish line at the end of the legislative session, but didn't.
Well,
And
I
that's
think-
part of that statewide versus local control tension. And-
Well, yeah, because
Yeah.
people are now saying, we don't have wildfire, it's raining today.
Well,
We don't have a drought, it's raining
we
today.
lost the opportunity for a bunch of federal money, because we didn't have a statewide wildfire building code, to help rebuild and repair after
Yeah.
the big fires in Grand County and all that.
Yeah, yes,
So-
that's true.
Yeah, I don't know if I think others will pitch that. I imagine that'll come out of URA and, Boulder.
Okay.
And
So, yeah, so, let's just see, yeah, great.
So,
Is that okay?
to
Is there
continue
anything
the
else?
topic, just
Yeah.
while we're on open discussion, just, I was able to go to a couple Ideas Fest
Oh, cool.
events last week, and the two I went to, or the two I could talk about most importantly, one was a local guy, Hal Harvey, who grew up here, went through the schools, and Connie Harvey's son, and
I got his book that
you
night,
got
I
his
saw
book?
him.
You got it, great, yeah. He has a new book called The Big Fix, and it's how seven things that everyone should be doing to help work on reducing carbon, climate issues. And really, that's the basic message, is it comes down to individuals, school, kids, families, people all pushing on the local level in order to make things like this happen. So when it comes down to talking about whether it's a building code or even if you go into the fire, it's going to take people, pushing as hard as they can at our level and then above to make things happen. And it's a fascinating book, and he's agreed to distribute a copy of it to all the elected officials who have a concern
Sweet.
about climate in the state. And
I got an
and,
autographed copy from him.
So,
I ran
yeah, I
into
got
him
one
right
too. I've
after.
got my autographed copy also. Anyway, just wanted to alert you that another book will be arriving on
your
the topic,
desk.
on your desk somewhere.
So I've been reading Speed and Scale,
That's a tough one to get through.
which it's heavy reading.
It's a plan rather than a book, yeah.
thought-provoking.
And it's very fine print on the,
And
lots of pages.
As I'm going through, I'm writing down what Pickens County, when it, like register something in my brain, and I'll write it down, what Pickens County could do, what we could do here in the Roaring Fork Valley that makes sense based on the ideas he puts out there.
Right, it's full
Well,
of,
House
it's
is a
really
little
dense.
easier to sort through the introduction, which
Yeah, House is
is
a really easy book to read by
Yeah.
comparison.
And the introduction, which I'm getting through right now, is really good reading.
It's good stuff. You know, and something else that came out of that, when you're talking about the, what can we do in the valley, one of the things that came up that I highlighted, and I've already sent it to the Holy Cross and to the RAFTA people, is that, some kids in Arizona were living in an area where they're getting a lot of pollution from diesel fuel, and so they pushed their school board to go to an electric bus. And the school board said, well, an electric bus is about 3 times the cost of a regular diesel bus. And enough kids and parents said, well, you really need to do this because we're all getting asthma and we've got the health issues. They started quantifying the actual social costs. But then the most interesting thing, which I proposed to Brian Hannigan, and he sent me a long reply and I haven't seen it yet, was that financing companies will come in and buy the buses and then lease them to the schools. So the school's cost is not, and I'm sure this isn't new, but it was new to me. It's like, oh, RAFT has already said we can't afford to buy these buses. The cost is 4x a diesel bus because part of it is they don't have a charger on both ends, so they can't charge it as often or as quickly. So that raises the cost per traveler. So if we can put in a charging infrastructure, say at Ruby Park and a couple other places, then the cost of the bus per traveler goes down, so we can go to electric sooner. But then also, what if we had a financial agency come in and buy the buses and lease them to RAFTA? I don't know if that model's been considered, so I'm gonna keep running it up the flagpole to see what happens.
Leasing generally addresses a cash flow issue, not a total cash issue.
Right, not a cost issue, right, so it's a cash flow, and it seems like might not be the problem right now.
I don't know.
But how do we keep, if we're really going to take this seriously, it's something we have to look for an angle.
Stephen and Kelly.
So there are companies that buy airplanes and then they lease them out, and they'll own hundreds and hundreds of, multi-million-dollar airplanes and lease them out to people.
To people or to companies?
Or to companies. So if that model works for airplanes, I think it would work for electric buses. And then the speed and scale, I was amazed. I mean, I always thought, well, cars will be what is the most important thing to get to electrify. But actually, the bus fleet was the most important to electrify it first.
Right.
Had the most benefit for society, the quickest.
The buses, and then also they're saying things that have already reached parity are short haul vans, like delivery vans the electrics are already paying off faster than gas would. And some others, like trash trucks, already it's a better thing to do, and it's hard to understand why the Postal Service is buying 180,000 fuel burning mail trucks instead of going electric, thanks to their leader who
that
shouldn't
brilliant
be there.
man.
Well, they probably don't have the charging facilities in some of these places for their vehicles.
In some places they don't.
The
but-
infrastructure has to be there, and that's something
Right.
that needs to be worked on before a plan to buy electric buses. We have to figure out if you're
Well, we're
gonna do.
getting
Well,
a
they're doing it
charging
at the same
station up
time.
here.
It's
No, but if you're
happening
gonna
at the
do it
same
at
time.
Ruby Park, then you're gonna have to expand parking, because the buses are gonna have to park there to be recharged, and Ruby Park is already crammed for parking.
It's already underway
Thankfully,
and
they're
it's
already
planned
thinking
out.
about
I don't
that.
know exactly what it is.
Yeah, it'd
but
be interesting to see where they're gonna put the charging
It's
station,
underway.
because they're probably gonna take up more parking in the city, which people are
No,
already
they wouldn't
outraged
do.
about what's happening
Can
with
I
the
ask-
city
Oh my God, have I heard about that?
taking out parking on Galena Street. Yes,
Oh my
Kelly.
God.
I was talking to colleagues in Summit County who have had problems servicing their electric buses. So they have electric buses that are just sitting there
Oh,
that they can't use because they can't get them properly repaired.
interesting.
And I don't know
Did they
if we're
buy
having-
the Chinese ones?
I
Where do
don't
they get
know.
them?
I don't know. But I don't know if we're
you can
having
pick 'em up
similar
cheap.
problems here. Yeah, you could pick them up cheap.
If you can find a mechanic to go with
It'd be
them.
nice to know what their problem is, yeah.
If you can
Anyway,
provide
I-
housing for the
is that
mechanic.
happening
We
at
don't have
Rapid
diesel
at all?
mechanics right
No,
now.
but they're finding that the bus just costs more because they can only charge it on one end of the route, so they can't run it as often.
Sure.
If they had a charger on both ends, they could actually run it more and lower the cost.
Okay.
Okay, next topic of open discussion.
I'm good.
Good, glad to hear that.
John,
I don't have anything.
we're good? So, we don't see each other until Tuesday? And how many are going to Faloha.
I am.
I think we all are.
The
I'm
whole
bringing-
family, all the Currys.
I'm bringing James.
Oh, fun.
So I get an evening with my
Will they
grandson.
let us have nets?
No jars, mason jars.
Take him home.
Brings up a-
James would want to go chasing them. Yes, Steve.
It was for Cindy's party,
The 18th.
and I
I
filled
had
out the
something
thing and I put the information in, and then it popped up that Greg Posherman had
Yeah,
put me in as Greg.
and I
Something
couldn't
was up with
accept.
that. Somebody
couldn't
else's
get
name
mine to
came
go
up on
through.
mine.
I
Yeah,
had to
I
be a-
couldn't
I had to-
accept either. It's not working.
Yeah.
No,
that
you
was-
have to join, and you have to be a user of the
And then,
system
yeah,
to
something-
It's
apply
very
to
unfriendly.
RSVP.
I had to go on somebody else's acceptance to put in my acceptance.
So I'm figuring
I'm just gonna show up.
go
I'm
as
not
Greg,
accepting. I'm
and
just gonna
Greg
be
can
there.
Go as whatever you get your
Yeah.
name.
Who's
in as.
organizing it? ComDev? Who should we go to tell the system?
Charlotte.
So somehow the reservation system was
Yeah,
handled
it's-
last week.
Okay, Kelly has
Definitely not
another
working.
open discussion.
Yeah, so, the Summit County Commissioners are coming to tour our landfill on Monday, July 18th. And I wasn't sure if there was any interest in getting together with them to,
What are they doing on
they're
July?
touring our
Around our
landfill
landfill?
On the
Yeah.
18th?
on the 18th. It's a Monday. I didn't know if there was any interest to try and like have lunch with them or something like that.
I have an
Sure.
ambulance district meeting that morning, and then we have Cindy's party, and there's something else in between.
But city's party's not till 4 or 5, right?
No, but I have
I'd meet
something,
with them.
Monday just got totally booked up for me. I'm gonna meet with the ambulance district with the JOC, what does that mean?
Joint operation.
Yes, I would like to.
Then I'm gonna meet with them to talk about the possibility of ballot question and what their financial concerns are. Are you part of that? Okay, so it's
So Francie, Greg, and I have some interest.
then you better have
I
Charlotte.
would-
I think we should meet them
And
before
Steve-
they visit the
Well,
landfill.
I'll get with Charlotte to try and coordinate what their plans are.
And
if
post,
it
we need to
works
notice
with-
it.
Yeah,
And
should
did you hear
really-
say, Steve
yeah,
said,
yeah.
And if you
Okay,
can let me know,
thanks.
I will,
We should let them know the ground rules. They can't like take things. You know?
they can
Unless
take them if
go
they
to
buy them.
Mercantile, then they can buy
From the
it.
landfill?
This is, it's a fun visit because
We'll give 'em some
actually,
swag,
when
bring a
Kathy came on,
compost or-
we did the tour of the Summit County landfill because they had a better diversion rate than we did, and we're able to make a lot of improvements, and now they're coming to see what we're doing, so it's a great learning cycle thing.
Yeah.
Are they bringing their recyclables when they come to put them
Are
in?
they going to bring us some of their compost so we can like sample it?
I don't think they have a compost
I
program,
don't think
and
they have
that's part of
compost.
what they
Oh,
want.
we'll give them some.
They
I think
used
little
to have
bags of
really a
compost would be very
top-notch.
nice.
So I would suggest we
Compost
bring
is
Kathy
awful.
Hall into the loop and let her know that we're planning something maybe with them when they're, just so she knows.
Yeah.
And then, we'll let Charlotte know, and if the time works out, I would love to join since I'm gonna be on a roll that day anyway.
I'm wondering if there's some big, like cumbersome, hard to carry gift we can give them to
The
take.
rock,
home.
we got some big rocks out there.
This is a piece of Aspen history, a parapet or something.
this is a little bit like a fraternity thing going on here, like.
We're gonna go
how
steal
often
their,
they-
we're gonna go steal their
they've
mascot.
never-
I'm a big fan of like gag gifts.
They've
and
never been here
practical
before, but
jokes.
they're coming to visit our landfill. What does that say?
That we have the best landfill in the country.
Either that or they think we're pretty trashy. All right, is that enough of
It's
the
like the
conversation?
neighbors snooping over your fence. It's like.
Oh, I
hey,
have a new fence. It's so nice.
You're out there right now.
He's
Just so
been
you
out-
know.
I have to say, you know what, he's been out there. You guys, we've all been out there all day, and last week we were out there too, so.
Greg's trying to prolong this meeting as long as
sorry.
he can with the
'Cause
hopes
it's
it quits
raining.
raining.
That's what it is.
All right, I think we're done.
You want to ride? I
Are we
do.
done?
I could use a ride, yeah.
Are we done?
We decided to give little gift bags of compost to the Summit County Commissioners.
That's up to you, Greg, it was your
Sounds like a
idea,
good
you get to
gift.
follow
You
through
get to
on
do it.
I need
I'd
to
give them
find
the whole damn
canvas
bag if they
bags.
wanted. You need to check with Kathy Hall on that too.
Okay.
Okay,
All right, we're out of here. It's Tuesday. We don't have to do a formal
thank you,
dismissal.
grassroots, thank you,
everybody.
staff.
Thank
We'll be
you.
back.
Sorry to keep you so long.